seats. Do you want to move up? Over? Ms. Payne?
They coming?
Whatever. Someone comes.
You're not expecting them?
No. That's just, I'll make the executive.
Because they said he was coming.
They can get at the end. Okay.
She's coming, right?
No.
Maybe it's Saturday.
We're like up the creek here.
No, we have a quorum. We can get started. We can get started. That's why we had to come to get you.
Let's get ready. Finish this.
All right, so where did y'all stop at on Saturday?
I was not here, sir.
Better than last time.
I didn't look at the video. I was trying to get here early, but the clerk office was closed. You were here Saturday, no? Recommendations from Councilwoman Kathleen James. What the heck? I was healthy, man. Oh.
All right, Madam Deputy, we're ready whenever you are. So just let me know.
Oh, we gotta go over the comments. So. You know, we left off or?
No, that's what we was waiting on, we finished everything.
I finished everything?
We was waiting on,
Sorry, something.
Desiree,
Mayor.
the mayor, his information, and Ms. James' information.
I see something that says Kathleen James. Okay.
You said who?
Councilwoman James.
Okay, we're gonna follow the agenda as
She'll
is.
be back by the time they get to her, right?
If she's not, then we'll call on her. But I think that we pretty much discussed her changes the first time.
Okay.
So, but we'll
But
find.
we have.
We got her on.
First. and
we'll-
we have-
we'll-
Is this the council?
When-
for
we're-
your name, sir?
Yeah,
That's our,
you weren't here? That's our attorney.
Commissioner, my name is Dan Christ,
Okay.
and good to see all of you again this evening.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, you ready? Okay, all right, we're gonna call to order the 31st session of the Charter Commission, 6 p.m. on February 8th, 2024, Pontiac City Hall. Roll call.
Commissioner Burrows,
Here.
Garrett,
Here.
Killian,
Present.
Payne,
Present.
Ramsey, Stewart, Turpin,
Present.
Williams,
Present.
Ibarra. Vice Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Deputy, I need a motion to excuse Commissioner Stewart, Commissioner Ybarra, and Chairperson Ramsey.
So motion.
Support by Garrett.
All right, it's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin, Williams,
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay. Any amendments to the agenda?
We might want to switch the speakers around, or do we need to? Because, yeah, the mayor and then
So what's your recommendation? To switch item number 9?
Yeah, item 9 to 7.
Okay, the clerk said we don't have to switch it. We can just do a point of privilege.
Okay.
So,
That sounds great.
okay. And so is everybody satisfied with the agenda as is? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion by Garrett.
All right, I take the move by Garrett, the support by Turpin. Any discussion on approving the agenda? Okay, roll call?
Commissioner Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay, that brings us to approval of the minutes from January 27th, 2024, and February 1st, 2024. Is there a motion?
That's a motion.
Support.
All right, it's been moved by Killian, supported by Burrows. Any discussion? Roll call?
Commissioner Payne,
Yes.
Turpin, Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay, all right. That brings us to public comment. Madam Deputy, do we have any comments?
No comments.
No public comments. All right. I see that Mr. Christ is here, so I am going to give him the floor now.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I know the commissioners have had an opportunity to see communication that I have provided with respect to an initial review of the charter that the commission has been working on for a period of time. Since that date, since my initial communication, I did receive late Tuesday an additional communication from the secretary with additional modifications. I apologize I wasn't able to get any type of communication back to the commission prior to its meeting this evening. I will defer to the commission with respect to how it wishes to go through my previous comments, whether there's, I did see that there was margin notes where it appeared the commission wanted to get some additional clarification or perhaps information with respect to some of the comments that I had made. I don't know if your preference is for me to just go page by page through those, or whether the commission has specific areas. Let me just characterize the comments. A number of them were minor edit cleanup from the standpoint of typographical errors, some words that didn't seem to be properly situated in the draft charter. Others were more substantive, where I tried to include references to the state law where I thought there was at least an issue that needed to be explored and discussed amongst the commissioners to make sure that you were properly advised with respect to the law before you decide to move forward with a more refined draft. So I know that your plate is full with respect to what you need to still get forward and move forward. I think when I was last here, I had made the comment that it's a heavy lift, and the more time that this commission can provide to the Attorney General with respect to its anticipated review, which this is a long charter in comparison to other communities' charters. There's a lot of provisions in here. A number of them are discretionary, that are going to take a good period of time for the Governor and Attorney General's office to make its way through it. So I know that the Commission is moving forward with added meetings, Saturday meetings, and trying to move forward. Again, that's a long discussion. I defer to the commission as to whether you want me to just go page by page through, or if there's specific topics you want me to address.
I think if you can address anything that's not just grammatical or housekeeping, so anything that's substantive or that we have had a question on since Tuesday, because we tried to clean up a lot of your grammatical comments over the last couple of meetings.
And sure, and while just grammatical, the Attorney General's office is going to flag those for sure. And
Right.
so they're minor in nature, but they do have to be addressed at some point. I think I had some margin comments, and maybe some of them were areas that I thought needed to be brought to the commission's attention, and maybe you're comfortable with the language. But if you go to page 2, for example, in section 2.105, there's the reference to the election commission. The second line references a non-attorney employee of the city to be appointed by the mayor. And the question, I understood that to mean that it would not be the city attorney of the city to be appointed by the mayor. But does that mean an employee would not be able to be an attorney for purposes of that position? It seemed that the language could be tighter, that it just be an employee of the city, unless there's some rationale that the commission really doesn't want an attorney to be in that position, whether he's the city attorney or he or she, or just some other employee who happens to be an attorney.
So I think that the thought process behind that was before the election commission had the city attorney on that, and so I think this is to have the city attorney ultimately advise the election commission on what to do, but not necessarily be a city attorney. So
right.
I guess,
so it seems like if that was the intent, you could just remove the reference to non-attorney, because it wouldn't be the city attorney, it would just be an employee, whoever was elected to be decided. There may be a handful of attorneys who happen to be employees of the city that are not the city attorney.
Okay, so what's your recommendation, Mr.
My
President?
recommendation is that number 2 be revised to read a employee of the city to be appointed by the mayor.
Okay, is there a motion to strike the word non-attorney from item number 2?
Moved by Garrett.
Support.
And I take the support from Killian. All right, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Should we read that as, okay.
Commissioner Turpin? Yes. Williams?
Yes.
Burrows?
Yes.
Garrett?
Yes.
Killian?
Yes.
Payne?
Yes.
6 yeas.
If I could continue in that paragraph, there is blue text which indicates that the commission has, at the end of that paragraph, the ability to hire assistants, inspectors, other election personnel, and an independent attorney or law firm. There's a number of provisions in this draft charter where that would be conditioned by language which would say along the lines of subject to appropriations provided in the budget, items like that. There doesn't appear to be a similar guardrail with respect to that section. And it would seem that rather than having a circumstance where the election commission is hiring an attorney or law firm without a approved line item budgeted amount, that it could raise a conflict. And the goal, or a goal of this charter, should be to avoid those types of circumstances.
Okay, so Mr. Chris, I need you to give us the language that you think would be proper to add to it. And
I would add at the end of that, at the end after or law firm, subject to an appropriation in the approved budget. So comma, subject to.
Up 205?
Yeah,
2.105.
Okay, subject to what, Mr. Chris?
Appropriation of approved budget.
Yes.
Okay, is there a motion to add a comma subject to appropriation of approved budget?
Motion.
Support by Garrett.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Turpin. Williams.
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
Garrett.
Yes.
Killian.
Yes.
Payne.
Yes.
6 yeas.
If I could continue at the bottom of 2.106, electoral districts and reapportionment, there's blue text that I believe inadvertently struck the word census. What has been struck is census or other census permitted by law. I think the one reference to census should remain, so it should be upon the most recent official United States decennial census, period.
Okay, is there a motion to reinsert the word census?
Moved by Garrett.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Hold on.
Madam Clerk? Hold on, Madam Clerk? Oh, it's moved by Garrett, supported by Killian, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Discussion.
Okay, what's the discussion? Go ahead, Dr. Turpin, and then.
The line crosses out census or other census permitted by law.
So there should be one census in there, decennial census.
Right. That's the discussion. Yeah. Okay, Ms. Payne?
Oh, no, I was just pointing to.
Dr. Turpin? Okay, roll call? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Killian.
Just one quick question. We don't need to, census, we don't still need to have permitted by law?
No, because there's a federal census every 10 years.
Okay.
That's the decennial census.
Okay, all right. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
I'm sorry, wait a minute. Let me start over. Commissioner Turpin.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
Garrett.
Yes.
Killian.
Yes.
Payne.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Going back at the very top of page 2, there's text which appears to change the election period that the city of Pontiac currently uses. And I'm just bringing that, I just want to make sure I understand that correctly. As I understand it, presently, the elected positions from the city are on the odd year election. And that maybe the charter is proposing to change those to the gubernatorial election. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that there's a number of provisions in there that would track, and I'm sure the commission's discussed that. There is been some law trying to move to an odd year election, but if you've given thought to that and the consensus is to move it to the gubernatorial, then you've already decided, and I have my answer. So I appreciate that feedback. The next section that I had noted was 3.102. And the last sentence of that says the council shall be the sole judge of the election and qualifications of its members. I'm not sure that it is advisable that the council be the judge of the election. I mean, there's separate, election is provided for at state law, and there's canvassers with respect to the outcome of an election. I think my recommendation would be that sentence read, the council shall be the sole judge of the qualifications of its members.
Okay, so the motion, so is there a motion to say the council shall be the sole judge of the qualification of election
Of its
members?
members.
Of its
I'm
members.
proposing elections and the word "and" be struck.
Okay, so to strike election and, so it would read, the council shall be the sole judge of the qualifications of its members. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, is there a motion for that language?
Motion by Garrett. Support.
I'm sorry, motion by Garrett. Sorry.
All right, moved by Garrett, supported by Burrows. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin. 6 yeas.
Continuing, if I may, if you look at Section 3.105, it's entitled Meetings. The last sentence of that section provides, however, any special meeting at which all members of the council are present or have given written consent shall be a legal meeting for all purposes without such notice. And I believe my first draft, I had made a margin note that often where there's a special meeting of council called, the action that council would be permitted to take would be as noticed in the special meeting. And one of the rationales for that is because it provides notice to the members as to what might be under consideration, rather than as it's drafted right now, allowing council the prerogative to address matters that may or may not have been set forth on an agenda.
Okay, so what would be the advisable language?
The advisable language would be for purposes identified in the public notice. So it would be,
Okay.
however, any special meeting at which all members of the council are present or have given written notice, consent shall be a legal meeting for all purposes set forth in the notice.
Set forth in the notice. Okay, is there a motion to change that language?
Moved by Garrett.
It's been moved by Garrett, supported by Payne.
Can you read that again? As it's going.
Just striking.
So, however, any special meeting at which all members of the council are present or have given written consent shall be a legal meeting for all purposes set forth in the notice. So striking the language of without such written notice and replacing it with set forth in the notice. All right, any discussion? Roll call?
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Good catch, good catch.
The next section, 3.111, references appointment of the clerk. And there's some language that just seems to be maybe somewhat conflicting. It reads, the council shall appoint a city clerk for an indefinite period upon a satisfactory evaluation by a majority vote of council, which would be 4. The clerk shall continue its appointment with a yearly evaluation. The clerk is removable by 5 members of council, which is a supermajority, or council president and 3 additional members of council. It seems, with the reference to upon a satisfactory evaluation by a majority vote of council, either that should be changed to the supermajority provision, or the supermajority provision should be changed to just a majority, because otherwise the circumstance is going to be a potential unsatisfactory evaluation that passes a majority, but not an ability to do anything about it. And so that is a tension with that, with respect to that language that
I think the change that we probably should make is just removing the word satisfactory.
Well, but the evaluation apparently is, and a satisfactory evaluation would be up to a majority. But any removal, there's that supermajority. You could do that, Vice Chairman. As you identified, any type of evaluation would require a majority of the council, and that would be fine. And then it would be, but I think that would do the trick from the standpoint of referencing a satisfactory evaluation. It leaves silent as to the type of evaluation. Any consequence from the standpoint of removal requires a supermajority provision, or the council president has to be in that majority.
Yeah, so I would like a motion to strike the word satisfactory. Commissioner Garrett?
Yes. I agree with removing the satisfactory, but then also the decision should be made that the clerk is removable by majority members of the council instead of the supermajority, or unless it's, so I kind of, am I hearing council correct? Because in one instance, majority, we're saying majority is to be satisfactory for the evaluation, but then to remove, we're saying it has to be a supermajority. And then when you get to the final line, it's saying back to majority. President is 3, which is 4.
But so we litigated this for about 5 hours altogether.
Okay.
And I think the conversation was that the evaluation can be triggered by a regular vote, right? And then after there is an evaluation, one way or another, it should take at least either 5 of the members, which would be that supermajority, or the council president and 3 other members, because the council president has to do the day-to-day interactions with that person. Now remember, we're changing the council president to full-time. So that's why that's the difference. So, wait for Garrett and then, because y'all know.
So there are a couple of supermajority provisions in this document.
Right.
And they're not all the same supermajority provision. I mean, some of them require 3/4. And so there is no consistency with respect to that. And that, I'm sure you've given consideration to that.
Yes. So, all right. Garrett?
I mean, I still yield to the, so it's consistent. I mean, it's, unless, I don't know, you said you argued it for 3 hours. Just explain to me why
we did all this. Right now, what we're trying to attempt to do today is to do the housekeeping. I'm just trying to remove the word satisfactory so it can pass muster. I'm not, like, we don't have a chair here. We don't have Stewart or Ybarra. Like, these are other people who came up with this, so I don't want to get bogged down on this particular piece that we've talked about in detail before. So,
Mr. Chair.
we got Killian, and then I recognize you, Commissioner Payne.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll follow
Go
up.
ahead, Kelly.
Okay, so upon removing the word satisfactory, so what determination are we setting the standard at as far as putting this person in the office or taking him out? Because satisfactory to me, he has to be for us to approve him. If we take that word satisfactory out, what are we doing as far as the standard of putting someone in or out?
So as the mayor brought up 2 weeks ago, satisfactory is arbitrary in what you consider satisfactory versus what I consider satisfactory. So the evaluation itself will determine, and the mechanism that the council sets up for the evaluation will determine what they're looking at as satisfactory or not. Because what I deem as satisfactory may be just showing up to work every day. you may bring, going to work actually qualified, doing your job and all these other things. But that's not gonna be what shows up in that. But like I said, I'm not here to argue that particular point. I'm just saying that either we're gonna remove the word satisfactory or we're not. Because we can strike the whole clause if that's what y'all wanna do today, but we've already litigated it, we voted on this several times, and now I'm hearing some kind of consternation or change.
I think that,
Hold on, we got Payne next, and then we'll go to you, Dr. Turpin.
Good evening, thank you. I just wanted to ask Commissioner Garrett if he would repeat the portion that he was looking at, because that sounds,
Well, I was just looking at it to be more, if we're going to remove the word satisfactory,
okay.
depending on what determination of, was made by having a word in or having it out. When I read it,
agree
it was
with
in.
that.
So now we're talking about taking it out. So if we're going to talk about taking it out, and it has to be on the majority of the board from the beginning of whether this person is found to be satisfactory in the evaluation, and then the appointment to a yearly, the clerk is removable by 5, I think it should just be removable by majority, because at the end of it, it then states at the end of the sentence, or council president and 3 additional members, which council president, 3 additional members is 4. So it's not.
So it would read as,
So it will read as, the clerk shall continue it will read as, the council should appoint a city clerk for an indefinite period upon a satisfactory upon a, striking the word satisfactory, evaluation by majority vote of council. The clerk shall continue its appointment with a yearly evaluation. The clerk is removable by 4 members of council or council president and 3 additional members of council. That's all I'm saying.
That seems actually redundant. You wouldn't actually need that reference to the council president and 3, because if it's 4 members of council, that could be the council president and 3 others.
He already a member, the president.
so Attorney, how would you read that then?
So
please?
can I,
Well,
so I would strike, the clerk is removable by 5 members of councils, or I would just strike that out and then just put council president or 3 additional members of council, which satisfies the requirement that the council president is the person that's, to your point, Commissioner Williams, that they're going to be here on a daily basis.
It doesn't do that, because if you strike the 5, then that means that any 4 members of council could vote without the council president being even included in that conversation.
I said strike, the clerk is removable by 5 members of council, or.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. He's saying that the language is redundant, that it could be any 4 members of city council, including the council president. What we have here is saying that without the council president, or even with the council president, you need a supermajority of 5, or it could be the council president plus 3 additional members. That's what we talked about in detail for many meetings. What I'm saying to you is, if you're just going to change it to 4 overall, you don't need the language that says council president, because all the members are created equal, and a simple majority can remove the clerk at any given time.
Okay. Mr.
And so,
Garrett.
but I also want to refer to the original language that removes the clerk, which is the 5 as a supermajority. So in the 1982 charter and the 2013 charter, it was 5. Now, we're saying we're going to lower that standard, is what's coming out of this new meeting today.
Well, if it's coming out of it, because remove the word satisfactory. If we don't remove that word, I wasn't here for that debate. I vividly mean it. I was not here. I'm here now. So with that being said, I don't necessarily have to have, I just need it to be consistent. So if we're saying 5 and the one says 3.111, I agree. Leave it at 5. But then just leave it alone. Like don't have in there, just using plain language, excuse me for those at home, plain language, the clerk is removable by 5 members of council. Don't put in there or council president and 3 additional members. Just strike that. That's all I'm saying. If we're gonna stay consistent.
I just disagree, but that's okay.
Well-
So if that's your recommendation, make the motion.
All right.
Like-
So I put a motion on the floor to,
Excuse me, before your motion, I had asked the attorney to what would his language be? So could I hear that before?
Well, this is not really a legal issue because it's more of a.
No, it's more of a-
It's more of a preference of the commissioners with respect to the amount of what you believe going forward for the, would be in the best interest of the city for the language with respect to the appointment ability and essentially continuation for the clerk, and whether or not it should be a simple majority of council, whether it should be some supermajority of council. That's really the issue. I can't answer that. It's up for you to decide how best to address that circumstance.
Okay, go with you. Thank you. Motion.
Dr. Church?
I don't understand the confusion, number one. You know, when you're voting on when the council is voting on the city clerk, their vote tells you whether or not they think it's the clerk's role has been satisfactory or not. The fact that the word is in there to further illustrate what the vote is about, I don't see it being a problem at all. So in other words, the evaluation by a majority vote of council would suggest that that's a satisfactory actions on the part of the clerk. So, you know, it's just sort of like, you know, language. And I do believe that, you know, I don't see why we should have a distinction between the council president's vote and the entire council. It just should be the majority.
Mm-hmm.
So however we go about the business of making that clear in this appointment of clerk, 3.11, you know, that's what I would vote for.
I just want to note that we have voted on this 3 times before it got to this point. So make your motion, Mr. Garrett.
Okay, thank you. My motion is as it reads, the council should appoint a city clerk for an indefinite period upon a evaluation by a majority vote of council. The clerk shall continue its appointment with a yearly evaluation. The clerk is removable by 5 members of council, period, striking or council president and 3 additional members of council. That's my motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Barros,
No.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams.
No.
4 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, next item, Ms. Chris.
There was a margin note in 3.112 regarding ordinance procedure, and my comment had been about the dissemination of that. It is picked up in subpart 8, which addresses what my concern was, which was the publication in a newspaper of general circulation. That is there. So that is my issue has been addressed. I will note on the bottom of 3112F, there's a provision that requires a 2/3 majority of council to adopt an emergency ordinance. And I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. And then there should be, I think, additional language that addresses, because the sentence above that, it says an emergency ordinance may be given immediate effect. I suggest emergency ordinances be effective. The purpose of an emergency ordinance is to take very quick action, but it still should be posted at a minimum, perhaps at City Hall, perhaps put on, disseminated on the city's website, as well as publication. Publication might follow a day or two later, but that minimum posting seems to me to be appropriate to give notice to the public of that emergency notice, of that emergency ordinance.
So what's the language change?
So the suggested language, if you look at the top of page 7, before the red print would be an emergency ordinance may be given immediate effect upon posting at City Hall. Before the sentence that's in red.
Was it H?
It is,
Consistent with the sunshine law.
it's at the bottom of the F. H talks about publication of a regular,
Yeah, I don't think I have that language, but, okay. So what's your change, Mr. Chris?
in F, which talks about emergency ordinances, before the text that is in red at the top of page 7, after the word may be given immediate effect after posting of a notice of adoption at City Hall.
All right, is there a motion?
I motion.
Support.
Any discussion?
Two different ones.
Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
It's the same.
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Next item, at the top of page 8, section 3.113 addresses the transfer of city property. That sentence, in my opinion, is awkward. It has an exception in the middle that carves out for property that is minor in nature. I suggest that the reference, the city may not sell, lease, exchange, or in any way dispose of any real property of the city without approval, after public notice and hearing by resolution of council. And then a second line that addresses minor property or personal property.
Okay, so can you give us that whole thing, Mr. Chris? Yep.
So it's my suggestion that that sentence read, the city may not sell, lease, exchange, or in any way dispose of any real property of the city without approval, after public notice and hearing, by resolution of the council, period.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion.
It's been moved by Payne. Is there support?
Support.
Has been moved and supported. Any discussion? All right, Mr. Chris, can you read the language one more time?
Yes, the city may not sell, lease, exchange, or in any way dispose of any real property of the city without approval, after public notice and hearing, by resolution of the council, period.
And then what's the second sentence about the minor?
Second sentence would read, the city may not sell any other property that may have been defined by ordinance as minor without approval of council, or without approval by resolution of council.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Killian,
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Butterose,
Yes.
Garrett. Yes. That's 6 yeas.
The next item in section 3.115, staff, there's a proposed text at the end of that section that says, and I'll read it, the council may, within appropriations provided in the budget, comma, appoint staff or contract for services, period, staff or persons engaged pursuant to contract, serve at the pleasure of the council. I suggest a period there. It currently reads, without interference of the mayor, appointee of the mayor, or staff from the executive branch. I just have a question. Without interference seems to me to be very vague. There's going to be communications amongst different departments in the city, and that reference to without interference seems inappropriate and unnecessary.
Okay, so what should the language be?
There should be a period at the end of the third sentence after the word council in the proposed text, without interference of the mayor, comma, appointee of the mayor, comma, or staff from the executive branch would be deleted.
Motion.
Hold on. Read that one more time.
Just strike the.
No, I get, I'm trying to figure out what the implications will be, and then I'm also trying to find out, the mayor just submitted a packet to us, and I'm trying to figure out what language they used in their packet.
Would you like me to read it as I proposed again?
Hold on one second, because I'm trying to read their language, because their language says, the council, we're at 3.116, right?
3.115.
3.15, okay. Yeah, their language is the same. So you're saying you would prefer to strike that
Well,
language?
I view it as not clear as to what the portion of that sentence, without interference of the mayor, appointee of the mayor, or staff of the executive branch, really means. And it lends itself to being misinterpreted where there's a dialogue between the staff and the mayor or appointee of the mayor, where there's a suggestion that it's interference. And again, I'm not really sure what is meant by the word interference.
No, I get what you're saying. I think when this language came about, it was the counterpart to the language that was in the executive branch's packet about the city council should not direct any staff or personnel. Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Mayor, if you want to take the microphone. And so we have quite a few elected officials in the audience. For the people who are watching at home, we have the councilwoman from District 5, Kathy Lee James. We have the council president pro tem from District 6, William Carrington. And we have the mayor of the city of Pontiac, Tim Grimel. And we have the deputy mayor at the podium.
Thank you, sir, for this unorthodox interruption. So I believe what he is saying is that when the mayor appoints, there is language that says that the council cannot interfere with the mayor's appointees, and they are wanting to have the exact same reciprocity that when the council appoints, they are able to appoint without interference of the mayor. The mayor cannot instruct their staff on how to do things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I get that there might be some other language there that leads to it, but I guess I think that language without interference could be tightened or clarified if it's that direction is not to be provided to staff of council by the mayor or the mayor's appointee, then that's what should be said. The vagueness of what constitutes interference is my suggestion.
Yeah,
But
so, no, I agree with you, Mr. Chris. So can you give us some language that would be tighter, but that will still get to that point? Because
well, that
the option-
language, what I'm,
the option you
I
gave
don't,
us
I don't
earlier-
necessarily have it drafted right now, but I can have it to you.
Okay, so-
It might apply for the flip provision that is being referenced with respect to the mayor's staff as well.
Okay, so is there a motion to table this particular item so we can move on with the rest of the agenda?
Motion by Garrett.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and supported. Any discussion on tabling? Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Payne,
No.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian.
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay.
If I could, the next section that I had a comment on in 3.117, investigative powers, the fifth line, there is in blue a word empowering investigative powers. I'm not sure, I think that's a typo. I'm not sure what is intended, but I don't believe it's empowering.
Yeah, I think we changed that language at the last meeting to empowered with, and the mayor has it also in his packet. But I believe we changed that, Ms. Granderson.
To empowering.
To empowered with investigative powers instead of empowering investigative powers.
ING.
Yep, we changed that. So that was a typo.
So how is it supposed to read?
It's supposed to be empowered with.
Empowered with.
Yes.
ED.
Empowered, EMPOWERED.
I just thought on Saturday we said empowering. Just, that's what I heard on Saturday.
On Saturday, y'all took empowering out? And how does it read?
It was read like how the mayor had it. Council shall,
Read it, turn on your microphone.
just like it's read in mayor. Council shall apply to appropriate court and/or appropriate board or commission empowered with investigative powers.
So empowered is the word.
So and is struck?
No, it says and/or. Mayor Grimer, can you give
I
Mr. Chris a
added
package? Do you got an extra one?
I don't have an extra.
Well, it's one up here. I'll give him one of these.
Oh, okay.
So, yep.
Okay.
So,
I'm clerk.
Here, why don't I do this? I'll give him my packet, and then I'll grab your packet. How's it going? Good.
yes.
On Saturday, we went over all of this, and I actually, and I'm sure the clerk, Madam Clerk, did also, where we had questions and we put attorney.
This is,
And
this
we're
is,
going over,
this is the attorney. So
I'm
that's,
saying that we had addressed and approved, Madam Clerk, your notes would be probably more. We did not.
We're going over it tonight as a whole, starting from the beginning, going all the way through. It seems that's the way
On
we're doing it.
Saturday, we had decided to only address the attorney issues. We went over it and approved from my recollection. Anyone else remember that? Who was here on Saturday?
No, seriously. I don't remember anything.
so Commissioner Payne, what I'm asking you is, on Saturday, what verbiage did y'all come up with for that particular clause that the attorney is saying is inconsistent or right, that it was a typo, so we replaced it with something. I'm asking you what that something was. If you were here Saturday, what was that language?
It was this, empower women. So,
Exactly.
it's a typo.
Oh, so it's empowered,
Right,
ED.
So it should be empowered.
yes.
Okay, all right. So I'm just confused on. I've tried to get it together. So I wasn't here Saturday, so please forgive me. All right, so we have changed this to empowered with, is there a motion to use that language?
Motion.
Support.
All right, it's been moved and supported. All right, any discussion? All right, seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne.
Yes.
6 yeas.
There's a 3.119, there's a reference to effective absences. In the first sentence addresses 5 regular meetings, absence from 5 regular meetings during a calendar year. And then if you continue on to the top of page 9, there's a reference that if a member's absent for over 1/2 of any regularly scheduled meetings during one full year, the question I had was whether that should be just as written or whether that should be one full calendar year, to be consistent with the reference to the 5 absences on the prior page.
Calendar year.
My suggestion is you use calendar year to be consistent with the other sentence that references calendar year.
Okay. So absence from 5 regular council meetings during a calendar year will be the change in the language?
No, that's fine. If you look at the top of page 9,
Okay.
where it's on the second line, it says during one full, I would suggest adding the word calendar before the word year.
Yeah, I'm missing that.
Top of page 9.
On top of
I'm looking at page 9. That's what I'm confused about. Let me see what you got. 'Cause maybe I'll have something different.
So it'd be the fifth line down.
Okay, yeah. So is there, okay, so we want to change that language to calendar year instead of one full year?
One full calendar year.
Hold on, Dr. Turpin, that's something different. What is the exact language you want to input, Mr. Chris?
I suggested the word calendar after full before year.
So
So
it should
one
read
full calendar year.
Okay, okay. So is there a motion to change it to one full calendar year?
Motion by Garrett.
Second.
Okay. Continue, Mr. Chris. Oh, roll call.
Commissioner Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay.
3.201 addresses the functions and duties of the clerk. It's just I think it's just an omission. If you look at sub F, all of the preceding sections say, start with the word, the clerk shall. And I think in F it should read, the clerk shall ensure safekeeping, retention, and public accessibility of documents in accordance with law. It seems that rather than just starting assurance, safety.
Are we reading F or what?
That's H on our page.
So just to make that language consistent?
So it would read, the clerk shall ensure safekeeping, retention, and public accessibility of documents in accordance with law.
Okay, is there a motion?
Support.
Oh, so read that one more time, Mr. Chris.
The clerk shall ensure safekeeping, retention, and public accessibility of documents in accordance with law.
Okay. Who was it moved by?
Payne.
Who was it supported by?
Myself.
Okay. Has been moved and supported. All right.
The next item,
Hold on, we gotta do a roll
excuse
call
me.
vote.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
6 yeas.
This next section, starting chapter 3, it's just a housekeeping. There's a number of sections that we've already covered that reference just council. And this, the majority of this chapter references it as city council. It just seems that it should either reference the city council consistently through the document or as council consistently throughout the document, and not both.
Okay, so what's the preference?
What's the what?
What's the preference? What do you want the change to be?
Preference,
So,
the first two chapters just reference council, and now this chapter is referencing city council. So you just delete the word city throughout that chapter.
Okay, so is there,
Before the word council.
Is
So where
there-
the references are to city council, just change it to council.
is there a motion to strike the word city ahead of council? Garrett, you got your hand up?
just a point of clarity to, before the motion. So it's not that, it's the preference, either strike city or add city council throughout the chapter. That's our call, but I'm,
As to whether you prefer it to read city council.
just not either or throughout the chapter. Like, it can't read, okay, that's what I understand.
It should be consistent.
It should be
one or the
consistent.
other.
Gotcha. Okay.
So what is your motion, Mr. Garrett?
My motion on the floor, my motion is to keep the word city council throughout the chapter,
Throughout the charter?
throughout the charter, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, there's been moved. Any discussion?
Change the wording throughout the whole thing?
Yes.
We had discussion part?
Yeah, we're in discussion, yeah.
So, reason, just for clarity, is because we reference different councils throughout the charter at points where, what was it called, or commissions or those type of things. So just to make it clear that when people read it and they say city council, they know it's our city council. So that's why I would just say the city council.
I get your logic, but I don't think there's, other than attorney, which is spelled different, we don't have a reference to any other council. There's
No, I mean,
there's
just
no
in-
other councils in the charter.
No, I
There's
understand it.
commissions,
So,
boards.
and that's what I was making a correction, sir. I was just saying that when we're just speaking on boards or commissions and things of that nature, I'm just saying referencing, I misspoke earlier, just referencing the city council. Instead of just saying council, I would prefer that it said the city council or city council. That's it.
Okay, okay. There's a list of definitions in the front of the charter, but like I said, I'm not picky either way, so.
So my
Ms.
motion is the
Burrows,
floor to
Burrows.
add city council throughout the charter.
Burrows. No, we're in discussion phase. I don't know why people keep telling me what the motion is.
So do that mean we change, like all the chapters, we change that and put the in front of?
That is the motion, that everywhere throughout the charter that it reads, council, it should read the city council.
Well, it may not need to read the city council.
That's not what we said.
It should read city council.
That was my motion.
That is the motion.
I mean, yeah, so we gotta put city in front of council throughout the entire, charter.
Or alternatively, take out city for the handful of
For just
references
this
where there's city council.
chapter.
No, they said,
Commissioner Garrett?
okay. My motion was to add city council before the word city, before council, throughout the charter. Another option could be to just say council throughout the charter. My motion was to say city council throughout the charter. That was it.
So,
We don't physically have to rewrite the whole thing. Somebody else is going to do it.
So the way it's written now is just council, right? That's the way it's written
for the
now.
majority of the charter that's here, the majority of the charter just currently says council. There's chapters and provisions in here that says city council some places. So we have to be consistent one way or another. Either it's gonna be city council or it's just gonna be council, but it's gotta be one or the other. And so Mr. Garrett's motion that was seconded by Commissioner Payne was to make it city council.
It's only a few chapters where they put the word city in there. It's council throughout the whole, almost the whole thing. So we'll add city throughout the whole thing instead of just taking city out.
That's the motion that's on the floor. So if
Just
you
trying to
voted,
get an understanding.
yep, so if you vote yes, then it's putting city in front of council everywhere throughout the charter.
Mr. Chair, in some of the areas it says council, and in some of the areas it says city council. So we were just looking at trying to make it consistent throughout.
Well, that's what I just reiterated 4 times. What I'm saying to you right now is there is more instances in this charter currently of just council than city council. And to Mr. Burrow's point is what would be easier, and that's what I was just talking to him about. The motion on the floor is currently to add city council to everything. So that is the motion that we are prepared to vote on after this discussion. You finished, Commissioner Burrows? You had the floor. Okay, roll call?
Commissioner Williams,
No.
Burrows,
No.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin.
No.
So that's 3 yays and 3 nays, so,
Motion fails?
yeah.
Is there a motion to use the word council throughout the charter?
So moved.
It's been moved by Turpin. Is there support? Support. It's been supported by Burrows. Any discussion?
What council?
Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett. No. Killian,
No.
Payne,
No.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
3 yays, 3 nays.
All right, well, the charter will just be inconsistent for this point on. Mr. Chris, next point?
Let's move on. If you look on page 12, there's a reference to the mayor in sub A. It addresses primary residency in the city for 2 years. Then there's a reference to maintaining a primary Pontiac residence. It seems that should just reference city residence. That's one of the only spots that
Okay,
the
what
proper name of Pontiac is used rather than the reference city.
Okay, what section are you on?
It is 4.101, sub A, third line.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I want to go back to the last conversation as it relates to consistency throughout the charter. I'm not bent on either or. So if we put the motion on the floor, can we recall the motion? I'm not a parliamentarian in this space. So do I have the right to recall the motion? Do I have to do it, or do you have to do it?
I guess you're, in a no vote, I guess you can do it because you were the prevailing side because it failed. So you could recall the motion, I guess.
Okay, I recall the motion to add council throughout the charter, consistently throughout the whole charter, striking the word city.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Burrows?
Yes.
Garrett?
Yes.
Killian?
No.
Payne?
Yes.
Turpin?
You got me,
Confused.
we're going back to where we were. We're not going to change.
Council. They're sticking with just council.
Not city council.
Making it consistent.
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, motion passes to use the word council throughout the charter. All right, now we're back to section 4.101.
That's correct. It was the reference sub-A, the reference to Pontiac, as opposed to the reference to city residents.
Okay, so what's the new language, Mr. Chris?
Proposed language, strike the word Pontiac, insert the word capital city.
Okay, is there a motion? So under section A, where it says primary Pontiac residents, changing that to primary city with a capital C residence. You want me to read the whole section, Ms. Sheila? 4.101, section A. So shall have established a primary residence in the city for 2 years immediately preceding the filing deadline for the office and shall maintain a primary city residence would be the new language. Is there a motion?
Motion.
All right, is there a second? It's been moved by Payne. Is there support?
Second.
Okay. All right. It's been moved and seconded. All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Garrett?
Yes.
Killian?
Yes.
Payne?
Yes.
Turpin?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Burrows?
No.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, Ms. Chris?
4.106, if you look at the text in red, there is at the, where it reads, if a mayoral appointment is not appointed by the council within 30 days after the submission of the appointment to the council, then the mayor probably should read has, the right to resubmit the approval of denied candidate or bring forth another candidate to council. The interim appointee may not serve more than 65 days without council approval. The sub-A says the same thing. So I think one of those two should be struck. Sub-A says the exact same provision. The interim appointee may not serve more than 65 days without council approval.
Okay, is there a motion to strike
The first
A?
one. No, strike the
Right.
first. The first.
Listen.
After council,
That's what he's
strike
talking
that one. So sub-letter B won't have to be by itself, so we can have.
Okay, consistency. So you want to strike the interim appointee may not serve more than 65 days in the body of the paragraph?
Yes.
Is that the motion?
That's the motion.
Okay, so this is how it will read. If a mayoral appointee is not approved by the council within 30 calendar days after submission of the appointment to the council, then the mayor has the right to resubmit the approval of denied candidate or bring forth another candidate to council, period. Then it would say, A, the interim appointee may not serve more than 65 days without city council.
Then B, yeah, there we go.
Okay. It was moved by Burrows. Who seconded it? Okay, seconded by Payne. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call? I read it as has, yes.
Commissioner Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes,
Burrows.
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
6 yeas.
all right. Mr. Chris?
4.107, sub C, starts shall perform duties, and then there's the word as, I believe, should be deleted. So shall perform duties consistent with job description is the way I think it should read. I think the reference, the word as should be deleted.
Where's that again?
4.107, sub C.
Yeah, so in the mayor's changes, he wrote, perform other duties as consistent with their job description. So do y'all like that language better, or should perform, what?
We said on Saturday is shall perform their duties as job descriptions.
So just for clarity,
We don't have a motion on the floor, so I'm just giving y'all two options, because,
can you read the two options again? That's all.
okay, the first option was shall perform duties consistent with their job description, striking the word as. And then the mayor in the packet that he gave us today says perform other duties as
I would suggest
consistent.
deleting that as too.
Yeah, I agree. As I'm rereading this, yes. Performing other duties consistent with their job description. So it's a preference thing, which,
Gotcha.
so.
I put a motion on the floor, so C reads, shall perform other duties consistent with job description.
Okay. Is there support?
Support.
All right, so it's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Okay, can you reread the motion again, Mr. Garrett?
That C should read, shall perform other duties consistent with job description, period.
Okay. Roll call?
Who's second?
Burrows, sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay. Mr. Chris?
Chapter 2, City Attorney, 4.202, Duties of City Attorney. The blue text of what I think was C, may draft ordinance proposals and approve as to form as directed by City Council. I think it should read, may draft ordinance proposals and approve language as to form as directed by City Council.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Burrows.
I got a question on, did we strike out that boards and commissions, 4.108? I got a question about what the attorney had as far as, about the conflict,
What section you on?
4.108.
We ain't got there yet.
No, it's before chapter 2, City Attorney.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think we got a whole section on boards and commissions.
So we crossed that out and
Yeah, I think we
put it on
removed that, yeah,
Okay.
removed that whole section.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so, okay. All right, can you reread the changes that you proposed, Mr. Chris, on the?
The suggested change was for C, may draft ordinance proposals and approve language as to form as directed by City Council in C. And a one-word change in D, preparing and advising on leases, deeds, contracts, and other papers as may be required by mayor, council, and any department. So after the word advising, put the word on.
Okay, let's go through C first. So can you reread C and then we'll get a motion for it?
It would read, may draft ordinance proposals and approve language as to form as directed by City Council.
Okay, is there a motion?
Moved by Garrett.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chris?
I had just it looks like maybe there's been a discussion by the commission on this. I had a question whether the commission liked the reference to the department, the leaders of a particular department as head versus being referenced as director. I thought I saw a couple of references to both.
Yeah, we saw the inconsistency in your notes, and I think we switched it to directors all the way through, because I think,
did head.
or is it the other way around? Did we switch it to
said
department
head.
heads all the way through? I'm sorry. So it's department heads all the way through.
Just be consistent.
No, that's what I'm saying. So they voted one way or another. I just couldn't remember which one it was, because I think you can be a department head without being a director is the logic that they used to come up with department heads for that vote. So that has been changed throughout.
Point of clarity, Chair. We still need to pass that. We still need a motion and support for D, preparing, advising on leases, deeds, contracts, or other papers that may be required by the mayor, council, or department.
Okay, we need a motion.
I put a motion on the floor to add on after advising, so D would read preparing and advising on leases, deeds, contracts, or other papers as may be required by the mayor, council, or any department.
Okay, is there support?
Support.
I take the support from Turpin. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian, Payne,
Yes.
5 yeas.
Okay. Anything else in this line item that you have, Mr. Chris?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to bring up the mayor now. Mr. Chris, give you a second to kind of catch your breath a little bit. We asked him to go through, I think, the finance department and some other major sections because we didn't have the inside scoop on what they would want. So, Mayor Grima, if you want to take the podium and kind of walk us through what you think the changes should be, and then since we have Mr. Chris here, he can kind of tell us if this is consistent or not.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good evening to all the commissioners. You know, I've at your invitation, I've been here a few times, and you know, some of these things I've already mentioned. Some of them you may have already resolved too tonight with the attorney before I got here. I noticed that there was an inconsistency in some places in the proposed charter between whether charter, the word charter, is capitalized or not. Maybe you've already talked about that, but I don't have a preference one way or the other, but I just thought it should be consistent throughout. I don't know if your attorney has a preference himself about that. So that was one item.
Yeah, we're trying to start at the finance department, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I see. You want to start there.
I want to start with the things that you have unique knowledge on. We kind of went through the charter on Saturday, so they voted on kind of all of the grammatical stuff that they saw, and there might be some things that they left to the attorney. But we want you to go on the things that are going to affect the way that the city can actually run, not just the construction of the charter.
Makes sense. Now, do you want me, last time I was here, you gave me a homework assignment to come up with some language and some drafting for some other sections as well. So,
Yes, but I'm saying we're at the finance department.
So take it from there.
Take it from there.
Okay,
yes.
will do.
No, 4.301.
4.3?
Page 15 in the original, and then it's page 16 on the mayor's document.
Yep, got it. So I thought it would be potentially problematic to outline the finance director's responsibilities in a way that suggests that it's just limited to those things, which is why in the fourth line under the section 4.301, I put including, but then inserted, but not limited to.
Okay, is there a motion to change, to add, but not limited to?
Motion.
4.301.
After,
Yep, can you just read the whole paragraph, Mayor Graham?
Yeah, for sure. It says this is an existing, the existing language. The finance director shall have direct supervision over the finance department and the administration of the financial affairs of the city, including, and then I'm proposing that after that it should be, but not limited to, and then continues as you have it.
Okay, it was moved by Payne, is there a support?
Support.
I've been supported by Burrows, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay, continue, Mayor Graham.
And then the next item I had was there is language in section 4.304 that says the council shall enact a purchasing ordinance that ensures competitive bidding for all bids on all goods and services. And my suggestion is to shorten that to the council shall enact a purchasing ordinance. We have, in our existing ordinance, we have different thresholds for what the process is for purchasing. And state law allows for other processes like RFPs, for example, that are not competitively bid in the sense of the lowest price. We also, if we're talking about, buying a box of staples or paper clips from a retail outlet, we normally have a rule that says you've got to get a few quotes, but you don't necessarily have to go out with competitive bid for, an item that's, a few $100 or whatever. And if we have to literally go out and competitively bid every single item, things will really grind to a halt. So my thought was give it to council to decide in their discretion how they want that ordinance to read, and therefore just say the council shall enact a purchasing ordinance, period.
All right, thoughts, commissioners?
This is in section 4.304 at the very end, the very last sentence of
Page
4.304.
16, centralized purchasing, competitive bidding.
I mean, I agree with that. I'm ready to put a motion on the floor if you're ready.
Okay.
I mean, if you ask for discussion.
I was just trying to.
Oh, yeah, that's consistent with what,
Okay, all right, is there a motion?
Motion.
No, well, Garrett has, had his hand up, so I'll take Garrett for the motion.
Okay.
And then I'll
Thank you.
take Payne for the support. So can you read it?
it will read, I'll start at, under section 4.304, I'll start at, the city may contract only with persons or firms that are equal opportunity employers and observe the principles set forth in section 6.101 of this chapter. The council shall enact a purchasing ordinance, period.
Okay, it's been moved by Garrett, supported by Payne.
Said chapter, sir.
Charter, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
You're writing.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
No.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin.
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, next section.
I think we talked about this when I was here a week ago, but I'm not sure I think at that time, Commissioner Stewart said that you had worked up some alternative language, so this may have been changed already, but under the next section, section 4.305, restrictions on purchases, there's a sentence that says, all requisitions shall be filed accordingly within 30 days. And I wasn't sure, I assume that this is about record retention, which.
Yeah, so we took out the language that said, so it reads now, all requisitions shall be filed within 30 days.
Oh, okay.
So that way it kind of leaves it to the discretion of whatever ordinance they come up with from the purchasing agent or the clerk.
Okay.
So y'all can work that out at a later time. We
Got
gotta
it.
get this in by February 14th.
Let's see, what's next? It sounds like maybe you already talked about this indirectly, but under section 4.403, under police department, I saw two different versions. One said the chief of police or contracted agency head, and the other said or contracted agency director. It seems like it probably should be head to be a little more generic, since I don't know what nomenclature the sheriff's office necessarily uses.
Okay, where are you reading? What-
On my copy, it's page 17, so 4.403.
Yeah, so the language now says the chief of police or contracted law enforcement agency head. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
language that we use
Got it.
now.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay.
I got a question. 4.307. The attorney had put charter reference to election or appointment or assessor. What do we come up with? 4.307.
So we struck all that language. I think the new section at it's on page 17 of the original, 4.307, assessment division, city assessor, or assessment services. And then the city shall maintain a city assessor, or the city may contract for assessment services. And that's what we have.
And if I could, just on that point, my suggestion is the word maintain be changed to appoint. That is one of the provisions in the Home Rule Cities Act that expressly talks about a required city position of assessor being either by election or appointment, but I suggest you use the word appoint there instead of maintain.
Okay, so is there a motion to change, and I'll read it first. Is there a motion for 4.307 to say the city shall appoint a city assessor, or the city may contract for assessment services?
A motion.
Is there support?
Support.
All right, it's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mayor?
The next question was, and you may have already touched on one of these sections, but there was some inconsistency between the section under the mayor about when the budget needs to be proposed, which was, I think, 4 months or 120 days.
What's you gotta give us the sections.
So the other section that I'm on is section 5.102.
Okay, let us get there.
Page 21, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, in my version anyway, yeah.
So. Okay, we changed it to 90 days before.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. And you did that in the previous place as well?
Yep, I believe so, so.
Now, the deputy mayor wasn't able to stay, but he did have concerns about even the 90 days. He thought that April 15th would be doable, which is really 2.5 months. But he thought 90 days would really be pushing it, because we typically don't get the previous year's audit until December 31st or thereabouts. And he thought that trying to develop the next year's budget based on the audited numbers within 3 months would be pretty tough to actually have something to propose to council. So he had suggested really 2.5 months, or doing it by April 15th of each year.
So how many days is 2.5 months?
Well, it would be, I guess, 75 days.
Okay. Is there a motion to change 90 days to 75?
Confusing me. You want more or less?
So he's asking for more time, correct?
Well, this is the amount of time before the budget has to be, before the year goes into effect, the new fiscal year. So the more time before, the less time there is to actually develop and propose the budget, if you follow what I'm saying.
That puts them on the clock for 90 days right now. This would give them extra days in order to prepare, is what he's saying.
So, point of clarity, so are you asking for an additional 2.5 months to the 90 days? Because if you're saying 2.5 months, that's 75 days. I don't see the math.
Yeah, what I'm relaying to you that the deputy mayor at least believes that if we have to do this by April 1st, which is 90 days, that does not give us much time after the audit of the previous fiscal year comes in to really develop a budget. And what he has suggested is having to do it by April 15th, which is 75 days before the new fiscal year starts.
So that gives you time to make the adjustments.
Exactly.
That makes sense, 75.
Okay. 90 and set, okay, I understand what you're saying, and it clearly does not give enough time. But from December 31st to April 15th is 75 days. What, no,
So no, they're going.
are they
from a
going?
different day?
They're going from the fiscal calendar, and so the problem is the auditors don't start their report until the fiscal year is over. So
Right.
so he's saying that we could give them an extra 15 days in which to prepare, which really is arbitrary in in the grand scheme of things. Right. 75 to 90 I feel like it's a moot point. It's 2 weeks. So that's why I don't mind changing it to 75 if they think.
No, I don't mind. My guess, I'm just saying, can we just say April 15th instead of just saying days?
Well, I didn't want to set it on that day just because, I mean, if you say the number of days, then you got a leap year or something, whatever, yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
The request certainly seems reasonable. I just want to make sure that the commission knows and recalls that the council will have to adopt the new budget 30 days prior to the start of the fiscal year. So that would be June 1st. So just wanted to make sure you understood that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
That's provided in 5.105. The budget and appropriation ordinance is adopted 30 days before the start of the fiscal year.
Commissioner Burrows.
Sticking with 1.102, at the end of the paragraph, proceedings on the proposed budget and appropriation ordinance and the adoption thereof shall be provided by law, shall be as provided by law. And I do see the attorney had, should there be a stated time frame? And did we come up with a time frame for this?
And that's the 90 days right now.
Oh, we already had the 90
Through the
days.
chair, I think that's the time frame for council's actions in 5.105.
Right.
Okay. Budget to be adopted.
So,
Budget appropriation should be adopted at least
So the
30
question is, do we
days.
keep the 90 days or do we go to 75? That's where we're at right now. And then we'll move on to the next one.
I understand that. Is the 75 is going to get them to April 15th? Is that what we're saying?
That's
Okay.
what he's saying, yeah.
Mayor, is that what you're saying? That the
That's right.
75 days will get you to April 15th?
Exactly.
Okay. That's what I'm proposing. That's the motion.
Okay, so you're making that motion.
I'm making a motion.
All right, it's been moved and supported to change the 90 to 75 days. And section 5.102. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay. All right, continue. Mayor Drummond.
Yeah, the other thing I'll note is that there's another section that reflects that same language, which is before I was gone over by the attorney before I came up here, and that's in section 4.102, subsection B. So that might need to be, well, that should be adjusted as well, or else it'll be conflicting. Page 12 of my version. So 4.102, duties of the mayor. It talks about when the mayor needs to present the annual budget.
Okay, so what's the language change?
Just changing that to 75 days as well. Yep, exactly.
Where's that again?
Oh, okay, so it says at least 90 days, so it should say 75 days. Is there a motion to change section B to read, presenting the proposed annual balanced budget at least 75 days prior to the start of the new fiscal year as provided by ordinance, this charter, and law?
Motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Payne, is it support?
Support.
Supported by Turpin, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay. Continue, Mayor Drummond.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to relay some of the questions or thoughts that the deputy mayor had in terms of some of the items coming up, because he went over these sections in greater detail than I did. Let's see. I don't think we had any concerns about Chapter 3 or Chapter 4 for that matter. Let's see. There was a question, fast forwarding to section 6.103. Yeah, so in I think your version, 30, it's page 32, 6.103 residency.
Yep, that was all stricken in our version.
Yeah, that's what we were unclear on. So that was in fact stricken. Okay.
Yes, sir.
We were wondering that. We weren't clear on that. All right, so beyond that, let's see. So moving on to the conflict of interest section, 6.106, and in my copy or version, it's page 33. Subsection 2 of 6.106 says any elective officer, appointee, or employee who has a, and this is how it reads currently, substantial financial interest, direct or indirect, or by reason of ownership of a substantial amount of stock. We thought that's pretty vague, substantial, and thought if we want to define that, we should make it a certain percentage. We don't really have an opinion on what that percentage should be, but we just thought saying substantial is inviting problems down the road.
Yeah, I think Mr. Chris also has that as a note, so can you just give us some language?
That was my suggestion, to change it to a percentage. I had put 1%.
1%.
Obviously, the commission has, thoughts on what percentage should
Right
be.
now, we gotta get through this as fast as possible, so give us a percentage and we'll take a vote.
I like 1%, yeah.
I think 1% is a a determinative amount, and it would give clarity to that section and avoid the vagueness of the substantial.
Okay, is there a motion for 1%?
Motion.
Support.
Okay, Mr. Chris, can you read that as it would show up?
I can find it. So that would be in 6.106A2, and the first sentence would read, any elective officer, appointee, or employee who has a 1% financial interest, comma, direct or indirect, or by reason of ownership of 1% amount of stock in any corporation in any contract with the city, and then the balance of the provision stays the same. So just the two references to substantial being changed to 1%.
Thank you, that was a good catch.
Too bad it wasn't a year ago.
Do you need to have a vote on that or no? Oh, maybe you did.
Slow down,
did
sir,
not.
please. Thank you.
I second.
All right, it's been moved by Payne, supported by who?
Burrows.
Burrows. All right. Any discussion?
We just had it.
Seeing now, roll call.
Commissioner Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett.
Yes.
6 yeas.
So the next section, same section actually, but moving down to subsection B, it talks about a relative by blood or marriage, quote, within the second degree. Apparently that does have a defined meaning, but I'll be honest, I had to Google it to know what that defined meaning was, and I wondered if it might make sense just to define that in the charter in terms of what is a relative of a second degree. Apparently, it does have an actual technical term. I don't have that with me, but it does have a technical definition. Yeah, it is something like that, actually. Really? Yeah.
It's consanguinity, but I agree with the mayor that it makes sense if to use the more common reference to something like child, grandparent, perhaps niece or nephew, if you wanted to go that broad. I think that's the second degree.
It may be, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chris, we just need language.
But I've made a asterisk there. Maybe I can suggest language rather than off the cuff.
Okay, sounds good. So is there a motion to table that? A motion. Table it. Support?
Support to table it.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows. I'm sorry, he stepped out. Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
5 yeas.
So then, moving on, still in the same section, but at least on my version, page 34. So this is the very last paragraph in subsection B, where it starts, if it is established upon complaint. So, yeah, sorry, you
page
need me to
34.
identify that? So if you look at 6.106C, it's the paragraph right before that. And I really wasn't sure what it means to say, if it is established upon complaint, established by whom or who makes that decision, or now maybe what it means is by a court, because it does go down to say that they're subject to a fine of $500 or imprisonment. Obviously, only a court could really do that. But I wasn't sure if that was the intent, was if a court finds that that's the case, or if it was about the public integrity officer, but it seemed to me that there should be some clarity there over, well, who gets to decide whether this has been violated?
Okay, I'm gonna leave that to you, Mr. Chris, to give us some thought process on that, because that's probably a legal thing.
I will. I had a question on that issue as
No,
well
I'm saying,
for another
so-
day.
So if you can just give us language that makes that appropriate or flushes it out, that would be helpful.
I will.
All right, Rick Grimes?
Put a motion on the floor to table this section.
Is there support? It's been moved by Garrett.
Support.
All right, it's been supported by Killian. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Section 6.106, there. Last paragraph before C.
Yes.
Yes.
Roll call.
Commissioner Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay. All right, Mayor Grimel, I am going, before we go to the next section, I'm going to bring up Councilwoman James. She's been sitting here very
patiently.
diligently, and we want to go through her sections because we still have about 30 pages of the charter, and I know you've got thoughts on the next 30. But I wanted her to be able to be invited, and I had to sit through this. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You need chair. You need chair. You need chair.
I don't have a copy of what I had sent in, but if you just tell me what your questions are, I'd be happy to address anything.
Okay. Mr. Chris, were you able to look at her proposed revision for parkland protection?
Through the chair, I have not.
Okay, well, let me give you a copy. If you can, while he's reading it, this is her parkland provision. She submitted two different provisions. One was about parkland retention, which I thought that we talked about, which was very reasonable. But if you could just go over the gist of it, Commissioner James, and then I think we'll take a vote on to add that section or not.
Okay, first starting with the preamble that talks about the protection of parkland within the city of Pontiac being recognized as a public trust. One of the things that you talked about earlier was selling of city property, and you put that under the city council. But the state, through the DNR, has very specific guidelines about lands that have been purchased with public monies and are considered a part of the public trust. That language is a part of DNR's language. And so it puts park land in a different category than just a regular property that the city owns, because there are state guidelines and obligations that go along with the protection of public lands. We currently don't have DNR funding available to the city of Pontiac because we violated sections of those guidelines that say you are not able to sell public lands, and the city of Pontiac did that. So this is why we need to put this right in the charter, that these lands cannot be sold. You can't go in and sell part of public land, which all of our parks are considered public lands. We've used public monies to purchase those properties, and they are supposed to remain in the public trust. So do you want me to go through each of them, or do you want to ask questions?
No, I think they've had an opportunity to read it. I'm going to open it up from questions or thoughts from the commissioners so they can hear feedback, because you've given this to us and plenty of time to review and go over. So does anybody have thoughts or questions? Commissioner Payne? Turn your mic on, please.
Councilwoman James, thank you so much for all the hard work that you put into this. Appreciate that. On your preamble, I was trying to see if the language somewhere could be shortened, or is this direct language from the law? I mean, the
It
Michigan
isn't,
State.
and it can be shortened. Maybe that's something the attorneys can work out. I just really want to make sure that you emphasize just that park lands are a public trust, and that they are
guess-
protected by state guidelines. So maybe we could just say that, you
Well,
know.
here's what
Yes,
I
go ahead.
was thinking, and I just said the protection of park land within the city of Pontiac is recognized as public trust, period.
Yeah.
And then this charter revision aims to establish clear guidelines, and just follow that all the way through, as safeguards to ensure the integrity and the accessibility of public park, recreation, and playground areas. Just striking the period at trust, and then striking the city acknowledges the importance of safeguarding these valuable assets.
Mr. Chris?
I have seen charter language with language like, very similar to a portion of Section 2.1 that addresses city parks usually, and then the question is what constitutes parks, but that's a second issue. But that first sentence that says parkland shall not be sold, transferred, or diverted to any other use unless approved by a majority of voting electors or electors, period. That type of language is often in charters.
I
It is
saw
not
that.
unusual for the
Right.
selling of a certain type of
Right.
city property, parks. I would suggest that the commission give some thought and attention to if it likes what is included as parkland, or whether it should be a more tailored definition. But the concept is very often incorporated in charters.
I like it, parkland.
Okay, other commissioners?
I mean, just for clarity's sake, because we went from preamble to the word parkland to, so are we asking to keep the word parkland, and are we asking to keep the existence of the preamble? Like, we went from two different things here.
So I think we're just having general discussion. My thought process, we don't have any other preambles in the charter, so I wouldn't include a preamble with this anyway. I would just add it to the section that we talk about sale of city property as it's continued. I understand where Councilwoman James is coming from with having the preamble and kind of separating it out, but we don't do that for any other entity that's in the charter. So just from consistency's sake, just adding the provisions of what she's proposed in the parkland as part of the existing charter in the regular format that everything else is. That would be my thought process. So but we're just having general discussion on if we like this ordinance or not, because currently it's not included in the charter. So we would have to vote to include it if that's something that the body wants to do as a whole or not.
I can support that recommendation. Just reading through, it's because it's already spelled. I mean, canceling the preamble, I support that because it's really it's spelled out in the sections, in the various sections, and to add it to the charter.
Okay, Commissioner Burrows?
Like you said before, we had this for a while, and I actually read through this a couple times, and if the language is correct, if the attorney can look it over and the language is correct, I have no problem with supporting this.
Okay, so, is there a motion, and I guess we can say it this way, because I think it would probably be better. I think, is there a motion to accept the Parkland Charter Edition, subject to legal consistency from the attorney into our new charter?
Support.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Garrett, supported by Payne, and Mr. Chris got it.
Just speaking to the motion, would you like me to come back with suggested language that incorporates this, or you want me to come back with this language?
I want you to wordsmith it, but we need to be able to approve it, and I don't know if we're gonna have another meeting where we can, I don't wanna, if there's not a vote for it, I don't want you working on it if the body's not in agreement.
I understand that, but the concept that, so the one section, if you have 2.1, I think the sentence that I read is really all that you need. I don't know if you're going to put a question of whether a particular park should be sold to the electors, whether you also need a public hearing to take place 90 days before the placing the issue on the ballot.
So,
Certainly you could.
So, Mr. Chris, whatever language you deem is appropriate, I'm going to take your recommendation as the attorney at this point. We know that we need to do something to protect our parks in the charter. And so as concisely as we can make that, we're still keeping whatever else needs to be in there, I'm fine with, but we need to take a vote to find out if that's the portion of the body. So, roll call.
You do, Commissioner Turpin,
Let's go for it.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yay.
Garrett,
Point of clarity. If you may, speak, re-speak the motion, because there is some unreadiness that needs to be clarified. I'm asking the chair to reestablish the motion so that it can be written down, so that the unreadiness that's in the room can be cleared.
So the motion on the floor is to accept the concept of the language of the Parkland resolution submitted by Councilwoman James, subject to the legal advice of Mr. Chris.
Point of clarity addressed. Thank you. And my vote is yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne. 6 yeas.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Yes.
Recess, may I point out that section 2.4 is a really, I think, a must that
But any corrections, wordsmithing would be done by the attorney.
mine.
All right, we're going to, we're going
Mr. Chair,
to.
Mr. Chair, point of clarity, slow down. Ms. Payne, can you clarify what you're asking before we adjourn?
Oh, I was just
We're not adjourning,
asking
we're taking a
the-
recess.
Well, before we take a recess.
I was just asking the attorney through the
Okay.
chair if
Okay.
we could make sure that we have the 2.4 in there.
It's in there.
No, I mean, include it. He's gonna draft this the way that he sees it, and I was just wanting to make sure that portion was in there.
If I could, I'm going to provide that back to you, even if it's in brackets, so that, if it's massaged by me, so you can see.
Okay. You gotta go back and put us in motion. punch him in the dog.
It look like we're gonna be here at midnight tonight.
Good job, Councilwoman James. Great job. Thank you. That was so needed. The reason I wanted the 2.4 in there, because there are a lot of communities now that are fighting.
Touche. Touche. Our motion was to include it in there, he just has to word.
Oh, no, right. And so-
You just addressed it, that's an important
Right, that's
part
an
of this.
important part. That's all I was
Is
I
it
knew what you was
official
getting at.
tonight as well, or is that on the agenda for tonight?
I'm
What
sorry?
else?
The elected official recommendation that I sent?
I believe I believe it was to go
It is.
through all of.
Yeah, all of
It's
yours.
on the, okay, all right,
Whatever you
I'll
had.
stay. I thought it was done.
Yeah, I was just saying, because we said just the land, parking, one piece of it we can afford.
That one is very,
Very was already closed and second and all of that, and I agreed to it, but I was just speaking directly to the state. No, he is actually has to draft it the way that he sees it.
Not the way that he sees it.
No,
Not the way
we
that he
gave
sees
him authority to draft it.
it. For clarity's sake and correction, not as he sees it.
I understand that,
That's what you keep saying, as he sees
but
it.
I'm just saying, he will be drafting, okay?
No.
And then he's gonna come back and let us see whether this is the right position. All I said was saying to him is, please don't take out this section. Because that was the only thing I could remember right then that was really important, because there are other cities that are arguing over, exhibition, the land for oil and different things like that. I mean, it's been all over where they've been coming in and digging and going around. So I just wanted that part in there. Make sure.
Yeah, I'm listening. Was that like the fracking issue?
Yes, thank you. That's what I was trying to think of over there, and I
Yeah.
couldn't. And maybe we should just put that word in there for clarity.
How you doing, Norbert?
Good, man, by yourself.
Well, been a long year already. It was good seeing you on Monday.
Man, good thing.
I think Councilwoman James and I are gonna be back on Monday. I don't know if she's still here, but. Yeah, I'm not really gonna be saying a whole lot. Good to see you. All right. Oh, you know, yeah, good. I'm not really gonna be saying much, but I want to hear the most part.
Yeah, I didn't know,
Kathy said, hey, why don't you come here? Yeah. She and I think Chris were. Oh, all right.
Saw the name.
Nice guy. My mom always says he's the only Republican she's ever given money to, because, he was, that's a funny story. He was in the state office, way back. And there was this thing, you know, just like, he was the only Republican to vote with Democrats, they increased taxes, which is what Grant wanted. And the Republican Party wouldn't sell from their pockets. And my mom didn't.
Y'all trying to keep me here all night, or that's what y'all said. That's what y'all decided.
someone to look over, and you've got kindergarten. Where commas and periods and things should be. You know, what are we gonna do?
What you trying to do?
Well, he just took it the other way.
We was winning. We was winning. I told you that was the plan. That's what I've been saying. It's no need. All right, Mayor Grimo, you had the floor. We're going to return to your statements. I think we were on page 34, 35, one of the two.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see here. I think the next section I had was a few pages ahead of that yet, so I'll try to be quick. Yeah, it was. So on page, well, on the version I was working on anyway, page 37, this is under the initiative and referendum section. I know we talked a little bit about that. I don't know if you guys ended up voting on anything Saturday.
I think they did change it. Yes, I think they did change it. But what's the section number?
Well, there are three, but the first one is 6.402.
Okay.
Well, that's the referendum. I'm looking at duties of council, I think. In that same. Oh, okay. So I'll just share with you my recommendation. Yeah, it's 6.4 and it's chapter 4, initiative and referendum.
Duties of council and petition. Yep, go ahead. And so the language that was in here was 10%, and they changed it. Yeah, they changed it to 10, and they changed it to, yeah. Okay, so let me read what's the new changes is in our section. So it's both page 37. So the duties of this council and petitions, if such certificate shows that the number of registered electors signing the petition is not less than 10%, but less than or equal to 15% of the electors voting in the preceding president election, the council shall within 20 days thereafter either. So they changed that language based on your recommendations.
Okay, I do not want to relitigate anything. I had forgotten, frankly, what I said a week ago. I was thinking 25%, but perhaps that's too high. I will note, though, that in 6.402, at least my version had 15%, and then 6.403 had at least 5%, but less than 15%. So there was this weird sort of difference. Now, maybe that was intentional. I may be missing something, but I thought that was a little weird.
So what?
I would suggest they both be at least 15%.
So what they voted on Saturday was 10%, and that's where we are.
All right, fair enough. And that's under 6.402 and 6.403, or just one of those?
The second 4.603 got struck. 4.603 got struck.
Oh, so it got struck altogether.
Petitions is struck. That language is out of there. So the new 4.403 actually is referendums. So what you have in your packet is 6.404. In our packet is 6.403.
I see. Okay, I got you now.
So they struck the language that was inconsistent from.
But wasn't 6.402 previously 15%?
So 4.403 used to say, if the petitions are signed by registered electors equal to at least 5%, but not less than 15%, which is inconsistent anyway. So I think that's why they just struck all that language. So now the new language is at least 10%, no more than 15%, Mayor.
Okay, all right. Hey, if you've decided that. I was hoping to go up, not down, and it sounds like you reduced the percentage in 6.402.
Well, no, because they changed it to presidential election. Remember, it was just the last general election.
That's true.
And you said presidential elections have more voters than regular municipal elections.
That's true. You're right.
Yep. So I listened to your comments, sir.
All right,
let's keep
now
moving.
6.404, which is now apparently your 6.403 referendum. Maybe you already changed this too, but the number of registered electors that have to sign a referendum? It was 100, or is 100 in the existing charter. And like I said, for these special interest marijuana companies that have been holding us hostage with referenda, it's been very easy for them to go out and pay people to collect 100 signatures. So I thought it should be substantially increased. I was going to propose 1,000 registered electors.
So I hear you, Mr. Killian. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, I suggest, believe 100 registered electors is low, but I don't like that 1,000 mark. And I said cut it in half, probably be, I think, the fair amount that would represent the city in any referendums.
Like 500, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I could live with that.
Okay, is there a motion for 500?
Look at me like that. And,
We're on 6.403, referendum.
Through Commissioner Killian, through the chair, is there a problem with saying 600? And this is why I'm saying, it's because, and this is why I ask, because, again, being held hostage with these referendums, like, just make it a little bit more difficult, that's all I'm saying.
Well, this is, so, the way it's currently been used
Okay.
is to hold the city hostage.
Yeah.
I don't want to put a burden on an actual resident that wants to
that
do
wants to try
something in order to do something, because these marijuana people or whoever the special interests are going to pay people regardless. I run a whole company. We get paid to do petitions, right? Like that's
Yeah,
what,
you're right, to that point. You're right, 500, you're right. To your point, thanks. Yep, move forward. Come on, I got you.
Okay.
I got
So
it.
there's a motion on the floor.
That's a good point.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor for section 4.403 to say no ordinance except emergency ordinance shall take effect before 10 days after adoption if within these 10 days, 500 registered electors of the city file, and then I'm not gonna read all the rest of that. Is there a second? Yes, ma'am.
Second. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was talking to Commissioner Payne. So who moved?
So it was moved by Killian, it was moved by Killian and supported by Garrett.
You gave the wrong section number.
What section did I say? So it should be 6.403, referendum.
Okay.
In the second sentence, the word 100 should be changed to 500. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Turpin? Yes. Williams?
Yes.
Burrows?
Yes.
Garrett?
Yes.
Killian?
Yes.
Payne? Yes. 6 yeas.
In the same paragraph, there's 10% of the electors voting at the preceding, maybe this was changed Saturday too, I don't know, but it does currently read at the preceding city general election, and I think that should be made presidential election as well, in line with.
Okay, so give us that language, Mayor.
So, same paragraph, which is now 6.403, and looking down a few sentences, if within these 30 days, however, petitions protesting the ordinance signed by registered electors of the city equal in number to at least 10% of the electors voting at the preceding presidential election. I'm hoping
Okay,
to change
is there
it
a
to
motion?
presidential.
No, we're doing it right now. Is there a motion?
Motion by Garrett.
All right. Is there support to change the word general election to presidential election?
Second.
All right, it's been seconded by Killian. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
I need to go back and write what I need to write. Williams?
Yes.
Burrows? Garrett?
Yes.
Killian?
Yes.
Payne? Turpin? 6 yeas.
And then in that very same paragraph, there are a few references to within 30 days. It seemed to me that we should make that consistent with the petition language above in 6.402 and make it 20 days.
Oh, I see. So for clarity's sake, changing all 30 to 20 days.
Exactly.
Okay.
in 6.403.
Okay, is it a motion to change where it says 30 days to be consistent with section 6.402 to say 20 days throughout?
Motion by Garrett.
Support.
Yep.
And the word general to presidential.
We did that already.
Yeah.
So we're changing the word where it says, because there's like 3 references that says 30 days. We're changing each one of those references to 20 days. So it should read, so wherever it says 30 days, it should read 20 days.
Correct.
This is also 6.403.
It's 4.
Yes.
403.
It's 4.
Yep, it's four instances in that paragraph. All right, it's been moved by Garrett and supported by Burrows.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any discussion on changing the number 30 to 20 days throughout section 6.403? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian, Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
5 yeas.
Okay.
All right, Mayor Graham?
All right, and let me catch my spot here. All right, so the next section, this is more of a question, to be honest, but perhaps your attorney can shed some light on it. I was wondering about section 6.513, which is restrictions on transfer of municipality-owned utilities.
6.513.
Yeah, 6.513. Yeah, on page 40.
Yeah, so what's the question?
Well, this apparently restricts the city's ability to contract to purchase, operate, and maintain utilities unless it's approved by the voters. If the context of this is actually owning something, I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but I was wondering if it's about just contracting with for service provision, especially the inclusion of transportation. I think we'd like to see if we can supplement our bus service, for example.
So they struck on Saturday, I believe, the word transportation. So it reads now, the city may make a contract to purchase, operate, and maintain any public utility property for supplying heat, light, power, or water.
Got it.
To the city and its inhabitants, period.
Okay, that certainly makes me feel better. I also thought the word property after utility seemed a little weird, but I defer to your attorney for that.
Okay. Mr. Chris, you got anything about that?
Well, I think it's a good point, because while the first sentence says the city may make a contract for that, for the purchase, operate, and maintain any public utility property for supplying heat, light, power, or water, the second sentence says that contract shall not bind the city unless the proposition receives the affirmative vote of 3/5 of the electors. So I'm not sure whether you wish to require in that instance the voters to weigh in on that. Or perhaps we need to make sure that maybe that's talking about the city actually operating a utility. And in that circumstance, you need to require the vote of the people versus making a contract to purchase Well, it's saying, it's talking about purchasing the utility property for supplying heat, light, power, or water. That's not really even talking about a contract to supply
Well, right.
heat, light, power, or water. I think it,
I think, Mr. Chris, I think it speaks to actually the transfer or the sale of that, and I think that's the language that's probably missing there.
Say it again.
So I think the first part is about the city has the right to purchase, right? But there shouldn't be any transfer
Thank you.
of any of these things without a vote of the people, is I think
well, that's what the heading talks
yeah, that's
about.
what I'm saying. I
The
think that's,
heading talks about that, so maybe that section is supposed to say, the city may contract to purchase, but no such contract shall transfer a municipality-owned utility unless
Yes.
a proposition receives affirmative vote of the people. That whole section needs to be,
yes, so I'm gonna,
reworked.
so
If
we're
that's the
gonna,
intent.
so we're gonna move to table this, Mr. Chris, and let you work on that. And this is one of the reasons we had the mayor look at these sections, because this is not something that we want to enter into lightly. So I need a motion to table.
Motion to table. Pardon me, motion to table.
Support.
All right, it's been moved and supported to table this section. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian, Payne,
Yes.
Turpin, Williams.
Yes.
5 yeas to the table.
All right, next section.
Moving on to section 6.802 under the boards and commissions portion, so that's 6.802.
Page 42.
Yeah, the very first line under subsection A, where it says the city of Pontiac shall establish and maintain various boards and commissions to advise, assist, and oversee specific areas of municipal governance. It seemed to me that that conflicted potentially a little bit with the first line of subsection B, which says boards and commissions may be created. So I thought, to make them consistent and to give city council a little more flexibility, since these would be implemented by ordinance, meaning the city council would have to vote on them, it seemed to me that it should read under subsection A, the city of Pontiac may establish and maintain various boards and commissions.
Thoughts of the group?
If you may, Chair. So I was thinking the opposite, that instead of to be, in section B, boards and commissions shall be created to be consistent with A. Because you need them, I mean, we use them anyway. They're established already, they're in the charter. So I don't see why it shouldn't say shall in both instead of may. Or are you saying, or for clarity, is may used in this term as a option not to create that board or charter, but it doesn't say specifically which one you shouldn't or shouldn't.
through the chair, the may provides more flexibility for the council.
Okay.
The use of the word shall is directory, but it's not really directing which boards and commissions have to be there. I think that it should read, it would be my recommendation that may there is appropriate.
Okay.
Okay, so is there a motion to change to May?
I move to change the wording in A, the city of Pontiac may establish and maintain various boards and commissions, and the rest of the paragraphs taken as.
Second.
I don't, so just for a point of clarity, I don't know if that goes with D, because if we change the shall to may, then D would not be applicable, which is all boards and commissions existing at the time of the adoption of this charter shall be continued, and the members serving thereon shall maintain an office in the duration of the term that is there. So what I'm saying is, we've got certain boards that we have spelled out. So technically, if we change it to may, then the oversight board could technically be eliminated because it's not may. So I think maybe the shall should stay, because then we say some boards and be, which even though the wording is different, it also gives them the flexibility to not create those kind of boards.
If I could, D says that the existing boards and commissions shall be continued. Those are going to be continued. A is talking about new boards and commissions.
Mr. Chris, I get you, but we also created an oversight board.
You did, right.
And so what I'm saying to you is, this would give the council or the mayor's office discretion to eliminate the public integrity board altogether. If you put in may, and I get that, we want to look at the best angels, but at the end of the day, the charter is going to be the law one way or another.
Yeah, that's not my desire. I don't know if there's a way to make it clear that the Public Integrity Board, or the Ethics Board, I think it's called, has to be in place, that this does not give the authority to City Council to eliminate that, because that's not my intention.
Yeah, no, that's just how it could be used if that language is stricken that says shall, is what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think there's a way, if that's the only concern about the Ethics Board, I think there's a way to make it clear that the Ethics Board is required, period, and the City Council does not have discretion to terminate it.
Yeah, I just don't know if we're going to get there by Wednesday, is what I'm saying to you, Mayor Grimal. So I'm just trying to pick my battles, and so I don't know if this is the hill that's there, because technically you can create one of these other boards that are not there, and you don't have to fulfill them or put anything there. The board still exists, and there's no implementation if the council chooses not to do that.
Yeah. Well, I defer to you. You know, your attorney could probably work something up for Saturday, but again, that's your decision.
Okay. All right. Next point.
It's not next point, so we had a motion on the floor. So
It wasn't supported, though. I have to stop the discussion. So do you want to keep your motion on the floor?
I thought it was supported by Payne.
Oh, I didn't hear that support. So it's been moved and supported, and so.
So
any discussion?
are we withdrawing the motion and tabling this, or are we?
I mean, it's up to the body.
No,
You made the
asking-
motion, so
I
I would prefer that you would, I wouldn't even table it. I would just prefer that the motion be moved and we keep the language as is. That would be my preference, because we've already voted on it. This is a proposed change.
okay, so just keep it as is. So I remove my motion to change it. I remove my motion.
All right, well, Payne has to remove her support also.
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand why we can't change that to may and then put on the second one required, or use another word and don't use may or shall in that B, in the second part.
Well, the
Because
motion
I
that you
agree with
supported
the
was
attorney that shall,
the motion that you supported was to use the word may.
right, that was the first part.
So Garrett has rescinded his motion. If you rescind your support, then you can propose another motion with a different terminology if you would like. But if you don't rescind your motion, then we will vote on the motion that's on the floor, which is to use the term may.
I don't choose to rescind.
Okay? All right, roll call. I'm using the word may.
Okay, he rescinded.
But it was initially, he can't rescind without the supporter.
Without the supporter.
Rescind. So, yep. So anyway, roll call vote.
Commissioner Garrett,
No.
Killian,
No.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin. Williams,
No.
Burrows.
No.
1 yea, 5 nay.
All right, motion fails. Is there additional motions? Okay, seeing none, next section, Mayor Grimal.
So this might sound sort of minor, but I think it should be clarified. So under section 6.808 about the Youth Commission. I was wondering a little bit, I think this is a great idea, by the way, but I was wondering a little bit if it should be clarified, okay, what happens if someone, the age range of 13 to 18, is that when they're first appointed? Because I'm thinking of the hypothetical, if they're there for 2 years and they're appointed when they're 17 or 18, does that mean that they're kicked off when they turn 19? Or is the age of, is that just when they are first appointed or reappointed, in other words? Like, can they be appointed when they're 18 and then stay there until they're 20? Or not? It seemed like that should be clarified.
Okay, Mr. Chris, you got some advice on this language?
I mean, I voted for it, but I didn't agree for them to be taken out, but everybody wanted that, so I was a little. Because how they gonna learn in that little winter?
I don't really. I mean, I understand the concern. I just don't know whether that level of detail, frankly, with respect to the age range or the length of the terms, needs to be in the charter. I mean, it almost could be that the council may establish a youth commission by ordinance, and then the ordinance spells out the specifics. There's several sections where that would be, that provides council with the flexibility and opportunity to be nimble, rather than going into too much detail at the charter level.
I agree with that.
Okay, so what is the new language? So I think that the age range is important. So I think the age range is probably important, 13 to 18. And then I think we could add the language that says subject to ordinance or whatever, because youth is a broad word. It could go up to 24 or whatever. I think if the goal is to do 13 to 18-year-olds, we probably need to leave that in.
The first sentence does say, the city council may establish a youth commission by ordinance.
For individuals between 13 and 18. Okay, and so can I get a motion to strike everything after eligible for reappointment? No, we might as well keep that in there too. So, yeah,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think one approach would just to be, say, between 13 and 18 years old at the time of appointment.
Okay, I think that sounds good, so.
Thank you.
Okay, so can you read that?
So it would be, the city council may establish a youth commission by ordinance for individuals between 13 to 18 years old, and then insert the words, at time of appointment, with appointees with 2-year terms eligible for reappointment.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion by Garrett.
Second.
All right, it's been moved. I'll take the support from, moved by Garrett. I'll take the support from Burrows. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yay.
Garrett,
Yes.
6 yay.
Okay. Mayor Graham?
The very next section, 6.809, for similar reasons of giving city council additional flexibility, it seemed to me that in that first paragraph, the word shall should be may, so that it gives them the ability to appoint the board, but doesn't necessarily dictate it or require it. And then grammatically, the very last phrase there, I think there needs to be some verb in there like may call for such a board, as opposed to just call for such a board. Because otherwise it will read, the charter review board shall be established every 5 years and at any time the city council by a vote. Microphone's off. The Charter Review Board shall be established every 5 years, and at any time, the city council, by a vote of a majority of its members and ordinance, call for such a board. It seemed like it should be may call for such a board at the end.
Okay, Mr. Chris?
I think that is an appropriate change.
Okay. Is there a motion to add may call to the last portion of that sentence? So by a vote of a majority of its members, an ordinance may call for such a board.
And you're asking, but then also, the first sentence was, the recommendation was the city council shall establish, that the recommendation was the city council may establish a charter review board in the first 3 months following approval, taking the word out, shall.
Yeah, no, my motion was clear, only on the second sentence. I didn't want to relabor the first sentence. The whole point is, we've been 40 years without a charter because of this point, and we haven't had anybody to review. And so it seems like people who get into office don't necessarily want to look at change. So,
Okay, go through your motion.
no, I need a motion to support. I can't move it as the chair.
Oh, I place a motion on the floor to amend keep all language the same, adding the word may after ordinance, call for such a board. So,
Second.
do you
All
need,
right, I take the support from Payne. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Payne,
Yes.
Turpin. Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
yes,
Killian.
Yes.
6 yeas.
All right, Mayor Graham?
The next item in section 6.809, same section, but under subsection E, I think there's a typo. I might be reading this wrong, but under subsection E, it says the Charter Review Board shall report its findings and recommendations regarding revisions to the charter, if any, within 1 year of appointment to the city council. I thought it should read by the city council.
So, yeah, but I think that's the reporting entity for the board, Mayor.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's within 1 year. I see. I get your point. It's about who they're reporting to, not who the appointment was by.
Right.
I got you now. That makes sense.
So you could add a period after appointment.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to clarify it so that others don't misread it the same way I did, but I defer to you guys and your attorney. That I understand exactly what you're saying, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chris, you got some language to help us with that?
Well, it seems like, for clarity, after the reference to shall report its findings and recommendations regarding revisions to the charter, if any, within 1 year of appointment, period, would clarify the concern of the mayor. I suppose the issue is they're reporting it to who, and you could put it should read, it could read, the Charter Review Board shall report its findings and recommendations to council regarding revisions to the charter, if any, within 1 year of appointment, period.
That makes sense.
But I think that changes the term, because, so then it has to the council, which is different than the recommendation, because this is not about them, this is about their findings.
Right, isn't it that they provide their findings to council within 1 year of appointment?
Yes. Oh, no, so the Charter Review Board shall report their findings and recommendations regarding revisions to the charter, if any, within 1 year of appointment. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. So we add a period there, but what would that next sentence read?
Well, it had a period after appointment, strike to the city council. where it says shall report its findings and recommendations to council regarding revisions to the charter, if any, within 1 year of appointment.
Okay, so let me reread it and make sure we got the language together. The Charter Review Board shall report its findings and recommendations to council regarding revisions to the charter, if any, within 1 year of appointment, period. And then striking to the city council in the next sentence.
Yes, that was my suggested change.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion by Garrett.
Support.
All right, it's been moved by Garrett, supported by Burrows. I'll read it one more time. E, the Charter Review Board shall report its findings and recommendations to council regarding revisions to the charter, if any, within 1 year of appointment. City council may, at its discretion, submit any of the proposed amendments in whole or in part to a vote of the people in the manner provided for by applicable laws and statutes. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Turpin? Yes. Williams?
Yes.
Burrows?
Yay.
Garrett?
Yes.
Killian? I'm sorry, step out. Payne?
Yes.
5 yeas.
All right, Mayor Grimer, we're cooking with grease now.
So that's what my mom says. It's old school. The public integrity officer, I actually really like this section and the idea. The one concern that I've expressed in the past is the risk that the position of public integrity officer, because it will have a lot of power, could, in theory, be weaponized by one branch of government against the other. And you don't want the executive branch weaponizing that position against the legislative branch, but I don't think you want the legislative branch weaponizing it against the executive branch either. And so I think it's really important that whoever is in that position is somebody who both branches of government are comfortable with. And so my thought was that both should have to agree on who that person is. And so my suggestion was in section 7.202, which is appointment, removal, term of office, and vacancy, that, let me know if you're following me so far. I know it's,
7.2.
Okay, page 49.
yep. And then subsection A says the public integrity officer shall be appointed by a majority of city council members. I thought it should say something like with the concurrence of the mayor, or something that requires both the mayor and a majority of city council to agree on the position. Not on the position, rather, but on who fills that position. Otherwise, my concern is that if 10 years from now, the majority on city council doesn't like the mayor, they can find somebody who agrees with them and is going to embark on witch hunts against the mayor. So it really should be somebody who both branches of government are comfortable with.
I hear your concern, Mayor Grimer. I think we really tried to address that with the makeup of the ethics board and the appointments that.
Well, I'm getting to that next, but go ahead.
Okay, but maybe you should go through that part, because that may help us think about what you're thinking and what the problem is.
Yeah, so my concern in that regard is similar, actually. So the makeup of the ethics board is 2 people appointed by the city council, 2 appointed by the mayor, and 1 appointed by the election commission. But the election commission, and I don't have a problem with it in the context of the election commission, but the election commission really has 3 appointees by council and 2 by the mayor. And that's because the treasurer sits on there, who's an employee of the mayor. So that is 1 in the mayor's column. The mayor gets to appoint 1 non-attorney city employee. So that's 2 in the mayor's column. This is under the election commission section. But the city council appoints 2 residents for the election commission, and the city clerk chairs it. And of course, the city clerk is a city council appointee and employee. So really, the city council has 3 representatives on the election commission. The mayor has 2. I'm okay with that for the purposes of the election commission. But when it comes to the selection of this 5th person on the ethics board, it seems to me that the election commission should have to vote by a 4/5 vote on that person. Because again, otherwise the ethics board will effectively have 3 people controlled by the city council and 2 by the mayor. And again, my thought is, hey, we just want to have this person be truly an honest, impartial person who is not being put there by people who are trying to use that position, whether it's the ethics board or the public integrity board or public integrity officer, to attack one branch of the government or the other.
So do you think that the appointment will be better served subject to a mayoral veto? So even if the approval was by 5 members of the council, the mayor could then veto the appointment? Because I don't know, and I don't know how you speak to concurrence, right?
Right. Well, it could be, it's a fair question, but I think my goal is, hey, both have to agree on it. So yes, that gives either a veto.
But what does that agreement look like? So technically, the way our government is set up, the mayor and the council votes, the mayor does not. So I'm asking you, what language would that be that would symbolize the concurrence? Is that the mayor just nodding or not saying he disagrees with the appointment? Do you get what I'm saying? There needs to be something in the charter that spells out what that process of agreement is.
Agreed. I think it could work a couple of different ways. It could say that the mayor must, agree in writing to the person appointed. It could mean that the mayor nominates somebody and then council has to vote on that person. If you prefer that council put the name forward first, I'm okay with that too, but I think the mayor should have to agree to that name, because again, this position could easily be weaponized. I mean, this.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just asking for procedure-wise, because we got to get this done by Wednesday. I'm trying to say, what is the language that you would prefer? So you're saying there's 3 or 4 different ways. What way are you recommending?
Well, I had suggested the language, but if you think that's too vague, you could say something like, with concurrence in writing by the mayor within so many days of the council vote. Or something like, shall be appointed by a majority of city council members so long as the mayor agrees in writing with that appointment within so many days.
Commissioner Garrett?
Yeah, as long as within so many days, that's fine, as long as, I understand that, because that does give the executive branch a chance to chime in. As long as, I would say within, you could say 3 to 5 days, but I would say within 5 days of the vote, or within 3 days of the vote. I wouldn't do like 30 days or anything like that. You know what I mean? Because just if he doesn't agree, or he or she or whoever doesn't agree, then at least you have time to go back to having that particular conversation.
Yeah, and I'd be fine with that, yeah.
Anybody else? Thoughts?
Yeah, that was actually my question. With the concurrence of the mayor, what happens if the mayor doesn't concur? Like,
Well, they're not confirmed. So, but
Yeah, and then the council could bring forth a different candidate.
We just need to figure out what that concurrence looks like. And so he's bringing up in writing within, and then we need to set a date certain, because I just need to know what the concurrence is. I'm not in disagreement with the fact that they should agree. I just don't know the logistics of how it's gonna work, so.
I think that y'all said that concurrence is in writing. I mean, it just.
Okay, we need to set a date, because we gotta get a language so we can move on with this section, is what I'm saying.
so that is veto.
You was like 3 to 5 days. We just need to set a date firm so we can vote on it.
Within 3 to 5 days. Within 3 days of the vote.
Let's say 5 days.
Okay.
Within 5 days, I'm with that.
Okay, so Gary, can you read your whole motion?
Okay, long night. put a motion on the floor. Where's the section? I need to read it because I'm not going to even try that.
7.201. Oh, 2A, I'm sorry.
7.2.
202A.
A, appointments, removal, terms of office, and vacancy. On page 49 at the bottom.
Right. So the public integrity officer shall be appointed by the majority of the city council members serving for a term of 6 years upon with a written, within a written approval by the mayor?
No, but let's use his language to start.
Okay.
So the mayor's language is on page 50. So with concurrence of the mayor in writing.
Oh, okay, I see it. Thank you.
Yeah, but add that in writing and then put the days that you want.
Okay, hold on. I'm just writing. Hold on, I'm sorry. Within. Okay. The public, we'll read, sorry. The public integrity officer shall be appointed by the majority. See, they're reading two different ones. I'm seeing two different ones. Okay. They changed it. So let me, Madam Clerk, if you will, let me start over. Okay, thank you. Under 7.202A, the public integrity officer shall be appointed by a majority of city council members with the concurrence of the mayor in writing within 5 days That's it, period.
Of council approval.
Of council approval.
Serving a term of 6 years.
Okay, let me read that over again. I'm gonna read that over again, Madam Clerk, okay? The public integrity officer shall be appointed by a majority of city council members with the concurrence of the mayor in writing within 5 days of council approval and serving for a term of 6 years. Got it? Okay. Thank you.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Garrett, supported by Payne. Any discussion?
I do.
Go ahead.
Two things. Are we gonna take the word city out of the council, or are we leaving that in there?
Oh, we voted to change the council all the way through, so they gotta redo all of that.
Okay.
Okay. I'll read it again.
Hold on. Let me get to my next question. So, just to be clear, if 51% of the council vote to hire this person, right?
I don't even know where the 51% came from.
Well, that was in the mayor's recommendation. That was in his
I'm just saying, I don't even know what we're reading.
Okay, majority. Let's just say majority.
We got 7 council people.
If majority, if majority of council appoint this person, and then the mayor don't want that person, the mayor supersedes. He trumped the majority council, right? Is that what this saying? His vote trumps the council decision.
It's saying, yes, that decision, but it's because after this appointment, the mayor doesn't have any ability to eliminate that person. So I think they should have at least an equal say in who they bring in, because they don't have the ability to remove. Because the next paragraph says the public integrity officer may be removed by cause from 3/4 vote of the city council. There's nothing in there that says the mayor has the ability to remove. So they got to get it right in the front.
Yeah.
Clear on that.
Okay. You want me to reread it? Okay. Madam Chair, I'm going to reread it one more time. Thank you. Under Section 7.202, Appointment, Removal, Term of Office, and Vacancy, A, the Public Integrity Officer shall be appointed by majority of council members, majority of council members with the concurrence of the mayor in writing within 5 days of council approval, serving for a term of 6 years.
All right, it's been moved and supported. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay, all right. Mayor Grimes?
And then in a similar vein, as I mentioned before, under the Board of Ethics, it seemed to me that with 2 being appointed by the city council, 2 being appointed by the mayor,
What
that,
section are you in?
yeah, forgive me, section 7.301.
Okay.
So it's Board of Ethics, creation and membership. And then it mentions, and this is, yeah, it's just, there's not really a subsection. And then it says the Board of Ethics shall consist of 5 members, 2 appointed by city council, which makes sense, 2 appointed by the mayor, which I think makes sense. And then 1 shall be appointed by the election commission. But because the election commission essentially has 3 members appointed by council and only 2 members appointed by the mayor, I thought it should require that appointment by the election commission be by a 4/5 vote, meaning 4 of the 5 vote, which would mean, again, it would require appointees of both the mayor and council, at least some appointees of both the mayor and council, to vote for that appointment to the Board of Ethics. So if you look at section 7.301, subsection D, I'm suggesting where it says 1 shall be appointed by the election commission, to add after that by a 4/5 vote of members serving.
Give me that section one more time.
Section 7.301. And his packet is page 54. And our packet is 53.
Okay, that's what I was.
D.
Yeah, wait, yeah, okay, D is 54, but yeah. I like that. I think that maybe it should be a 3/5 vote instead of a 4/5 vote. Because in order for that person to be appointed, they would have to get a vote from one of the mayoral appointees in order for them to be there.
With a 3/5 vote?
Yeah.
Well, that's just a simple majority because there are only 5 members on it, but.
No, before there's appointments, there's only 4 members on there. What I'm saying to you is, in order for the 5th person to be chosen.
Oh, I see. Rather than them being appointed by the election commission, have them be appointed by the other 4 members of the Board of Ethics?
I'm saying that election commission, in order for them to be approved, so the election commission can nominate the person that they choose, just like we just did with the public integrity officer.
Okay.
But in order for them to serve on the board, they need 3/5 vote. So that way, no matter how you look at it, it would be as fair as possible, because at that point, y'all will have 2 city council people, 2 mayoral people.
A 3/5 vote by who?
By the existing members of the board.
Oh, of ethics?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, that works.
Instead of 4/5, because what I'm saying is, the way you have it set up with the 4/5, everybody would have to agree.
Yeah.
In order for that fifth person to be elected.
Well, I meant 4/5 of the election commission, but your approach works. If you want to say 3 of the 4 other people on the Board of Ethics has to choose the 5th person, I'm totally fine with that.
Or we can, I guess, we'll leave it with the election commission, just because you got the verbiage already right here, and I'm tired. So,
No, we're not running the charter because you're tired, bro. We ain't about to do that.
What'd you say?
I'm
trying to take time.
No, we ain't about to do that. You gonna read this right. That's what we're gonna do. What motion do you want?
Prefer? That's what I'm asking.
What? Both of them sound, I mean, it's tomatoes, but I like the 3/5 because of, but it's already written here, so if you want me to read this language clearly, under D, 1 shall be appointed by the election commission by a 3/4 of members serving, 3/5 of the vote of members serving. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, but I think that may be a hiccup, is what I'm just thinking of how the board is actually situated.
How many
So,
is election commission is?
It's 5 election commissioners, isn't it? Or is it 7?
Election commission is 5. Hold on, election commission is, yeah, I think it was 5. Because we brought that up.
So the election commission is made up of the city clerk, one employee of the city as appointed by the mayor, the city treasurer, and 2 residents appointed by city council.
5.
Right.
So it's 5, yeah.
But the clerk is a hire of city council.
No, we get the makeup part. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying to you.
okay.
Right.
So, yeah, I can go with the election commission because the mayor has 2 votes. So in order for them to bring a person forward, they would have to get 1 vote from a mayoral appointee.
Correct.
Yeah, so I think I like the mayor's original language versus setting up 2 systems.
5, 4, 5?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I would ask for a motion to read D as 1 shall be appointed by the election commission by a 4/5 vote of members serving.
Motion by Garrett.
It's been moved by Gary, supported by Payne. Any discussion?
Make a note.
Seeing none, roll call.
Up here. Commissioner Turpin? Yes. Williams?
Yes.
Burrows?
Yes.
Garrett?
Yes.
Killian?
Yes.
Payne?
Yes.
6 yeas.
All right, Mayor Graham.
Well, that is all I have looking forward in the charter. I, as you know, arrived when the attorney was dealing with the finance department, or started talking about the finance department, so I haven't had a chance to weigh in on some of the stuff before that we discussed a week ago, but I defer to the discretion of the chair. I'd love an opportunity to speak to some things
Okay, if you
before
can
that.
give us some highlights of give us the 3 things that you think are most important.
Well, yeah, so in the interest of brevity and trying not to relitigate anything, I assume you guys made a final decision on how many council members are at large on Saturday?
Yeah, I don't think that ever changed. I don't think that ever changed from the 6, so I just think that was already there. We just listened to your recommendation.
Okay. Then, last week, a week ago, I think Scott said he was going to try to reword this section, 2.105, about the election commission can consult with an independent attorney or law firm, and the city attorney shall provide legal advice to the election commission, but I don't know if that was ever re-wordsmithed.
Yeah, they cleaned that up.
Okay, cool. That's.
Yep, they
And
cleaned
then
that up.
there are 2 different, so under the electoral districts and reapportionment, section 2.106, it says, based upon and this was not a change you made, this was in the existing, or is in the existing charter governing the city, but it says that the apportionment has to not vary by more than 1% from that of any other district based upon the most recent official United States decennial census. But then it adds in or other census
Yeah, we
permitted
struck,
by.
we struck the
Yeah,
other
we struck
census.
that.
Yep.
Got it.
Yeah, we-
Okay, that's what I was
We
gonna
reinserted census because we had struck that too, and then we put a period after it. So
Got it.
You're moving good. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to be quick here. So then I also thought it was odd that the at-large council person that he
What
had.
section is that?
Sorry, 2.107.
Okay.
I thought it was odd that the at-large council person had fewer nominating petition signatures required than the mayoral candidate running, because they both represent the same geography, which is the whole city. So, for example, at the state level, a United States senator who represents the whole state has to get the same number of nominating petitions as the governor who represents the whole state. So I was recommending that the number of nominating signatures for the at-large council person be the same as that for the number of signatures for the mayoral candidate.
And that was in reference to the mayoral's was no lease.
Yeah, the
Seeking
mayor
nomination.
requires at least 250 and not more than 400, and so I was recommending that that also apply to the council at large.
At
See,
least 250, not more than 400. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that one either.
What did we end up coming up with? 'Cause I
It
was
said
gonna say-
100, at least 150, not, pardon me, those at home in council. It said at least 150 and not more than 250. So the mayor is stating that it should be at least, it should read, shall contain the signatures at least 250 and not more than 400 registered electors of the city, which I think makes sense because it's an at-large seat.
Yeah, but it's not a full-time seat with a salary and everything else.
But if you're asking for the same, if you're asking for this,
I mean, you're asking for the same amount of headache, but you're not getting the same amount of blessing. So I don't.
Well, that's your choice.
It is a choice, but I'm just saying, why would you put that burden on people that have, like I said, I'm fine either way. So what do y'all recommend?
okay, my recommendation is to put it, if you're an at-large member, to run it the same so it reads, nominating petitions of a candidate seeking nomination to city council at-large seat shall contain the signatures of at least 250 and not more than 400 registered electors of the city, and everything else reads the same, period, and everything reads the same.
All right, is there support? All right, any discussion? Roll call?
Commissioner Williams,
No?
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
No.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
4 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, motion passes. Mayor Grimer, what you got next?
Let's see here. Okay, next page. It seemed to me, and I know I brought this up a week ago in the context of the mayor.
What section?
This is section 3.102. So 3.102 is changing the requirement for city council members who are elected by district, saying that they have to have lived at least a year in that district. Whereas currently in the charter, it says for a year within the city. And I thought we should make it clear in that same sentence that it doesn't apply to existing council members by saying, except for city council members already serving at the time this charter is approved in 2024.
I don't see that. That's on 12,
Yeah, sorry, so,
page 12.
no, page 4. Yeah, 3.102 is district representation term of office. So 3.102, district
Okay, see
representation
it.
term of office. And then it is the third sentence. The way it is currently written, it says, to be eligible for the office of council member for a district, a person must have been a resident of the city for 1 year, and that's being stricken and saying of that district in question for 1 year.
city for 20 years, but they moved into their district, 9 months before, is there a risk that
Okay,
this language
okay.
could be
No,
used to
I'm with you, Mayor Grandma. So read the language again, and we'll see if we get a motion.
except for city council members already serving at the time this charter is approved in 2024.
All right, is there a motion?
Motion.
It's been moved by Payne. Is there support? Support. It's been moved by Payne, supported by Turpin. Any discussion?
Just a quick clarification. So just saying, who's ever serving on council in 2024, plain language, they'll be, if they happen to move to another district, they'll be eligible to, they'll be grandfathered, basically.
They'll be grandfathered in because we're changing the number of districts.
Okay.
So I don't think
Got
that
what you're
that
saying.
is.
Got it. Okay. Because that may change.
That was my other point.
You're right. That may change.
Some of them
Okay.
may want to move to a different district with redistricting
Yeah, you're right. That,
and reducing the number of districts.
okay.
Okay, Mayor Grandma, read the language one more time.
Except for city council members already serving at the time this charter is approved in 2024. That's added at the beginning of the third sentence of section 3.102.
Yeah, yeah, that's,
Or you said, did he or did we?
No, we took out the first sentence.
we took out the first sentence.
Okay. You got it, Madam Clerk? One more time, Mayor Grandma.
To add in.
Just read where you want the language. So read the whole paragraph and circle it. Hold on, she's gonna record you, so slow down, 1 second.
I think his mic died.
Thanks.
Oh.
Yeah. I figured the chair keeps silencing me. I'll read how the whole section reads, and then, so each district of the city shall be represented by one council member for that district. The member from each district shall be nominated and elected by the electors of the district. One council member at large shall be nominated and elected by the electors of the entire city. And then right there, insert, except for city council members already serving at the time this charter is approved in 2024, comma, to be eligible for the office of council member for a district, a person must have been a resident of that district, and then it continues on as is.
All right. Roll call.
I got a question.
All right, Mr. Burrows.
On my, on here, I have, the notes from the attorney about the repetitiveness, about the first paragraph could be deleted. I don't have that deleted on mine. Did we as a whole delete anything?
On page 4?
3.102,
So we struck the first sentence, each district of the city shall be represented by one council member for that district.
okay.
Oh, okay, sorry. I shouldn't have read that then. Did that happen Saturday, or am I?
No, I don't know when it happened, but it's just stricken from that, but I think we got the gist of where we want to put it. Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
6 yeas.
All right.
The next, and this is, I guess, more of a question maybe, which is under section 3.104, the organizational meeting. It talks, there was a paragraph added at the end of that that I think makes sense, and I think is designed in part because people will be taking office earlier than, right now they take office in January, but under the proposed revisions, they'll be taking office in November. because it'll be 2 weeks after the election results are certified. So you added in the procedural and organizational rules for the council shall be established by the council at that first meeting of the new term. All that makes sense, but then I wondered, the council may want to amend their rules periodically. Right now, for example, the council adopts their rules at the beginning of every year. I don't know if that's always been the case, but that's what the current council does. And so I wondered, I don't have a strong preference, but I wondered if there should be something that allows the council to amend their rules without having to wait until 4 years after the fact. If they say, well, this is a challenge, we want to change a rule. Again, it's more of a council question than a mayor question, but I tend to think the council should be given more discretion.
All right. Councilwoman James, what's your thoughts? If you can come to the mic, because we're being recorded. We got about 5 people that watch it faithfully, and I want them to be able to hear.
Has that always been in the charter? Is that something that needs to be defined by the charter, the council rules?
I personally don't think it does. I think that it just says that they have to set up their rules when they do take office. So I don't think it restricts them from amending the rules. We amended our bylaws after we had a retreat. We didn't do it every year, but I don't think there's anything that was in the charter that said that council couldn't remove the rules. So I guess it's a preference question. Do you want to add additional language to say that rules can be amended later or not? So I think that's the mayor's question.
Yeah, I agree with him that we definitely want to keep it flexible, but I think we can keep it for the charter's sake as brief and basic as possible, and then let each council set that parameter for themselves.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Chris. Yes.
I was just going to say, it should, you have this as a new section regarding the procedural and organizational rules. You could very easily put at the very end, after public, and may be amended by majority of council.
Oh, I like that. Put a motion.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, can put it under section 3.104, organizational meeting. At the end of the word public, period, add maybe and
may be amended by the majority of council.
and may be amended by the majority of council.
Okay, is there support? It's been moved by Garrett. Support. Supported by Killian. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Burrows.
Yes.
Garrett.
Yes.
Killian.
Yes.
Payne.
Yes.
Turpin. Williams.
Yes.
6 yeas. That was 3.04.
You have run out of blood, Mayor Greible.
Well, some of these you had already changed. But I'll try to be really quick. And I think you may have already changed this one too. Section 3.105, the initial proposal was 10 hours notice, but then I wasn't sure how that meshed with the Open Meetings Act requiring, I think, 18 hours notice to the public. So, okay, so that was already changed. That's what I suspected.
We fixed that, and then at the bottom, we also changed the language today that says, however, any special meeting at which all the members of the council are present or have given written consent shall be a legal meeting for all purposes set forth in the notice.
Sounds good. I will just mention, since either the mayor or deputy mayor has to be at each meeting, I thought maybe they should be given notice too that this meeting's being called.
I agree.
So I would suggest that they be added in as well.
I think that might just be, so where would you add it in is what I'm looking at.
Probably provided it is requested in writing and written notice is given to each member and to the mayor and deputy mayor served personally.
right, is there a motion to add that language? Okay, read the language one more time, Mayor Graham.
Provided it is requested in writing and written notice is given to each member and to the mayor and deputy mayor. And then continue with served personally, electronically or whatever.
All right, is it support? It's been moved by Payne.
Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me. I guess we have to, one other thing should be changed, or left at, rather than member, since we're talking about more than just the council members, or left at the individual's place of residence. So change member to individuals.
You're doing a lot. All right.
Okay, so where are we reading that again?
We're in 3.105.
Right.
So I'm going to read the new language. The council shall meet at such times as prescribed by ordinance or resolution, except that it shall meet regularly, not less than twice per month. The mayor and two members of the council may call special meetings of the council. And then it should say, and is posted in accordance with Michigan Open Meetings Act, and written notice is given to each member of the council and mayor and deputy mayor, served personally, electronically, or left at the individual's place of residency at least 18 hours prior to the meeting. However, any special meeting at which all members of the council are present or have given written consent shall be a legal meeting for all purposes set forth in the notice.
Moved by Garrett.
Oh, no, it's been moved by
Oh, it's been
Payne.
moved. Okay. Support? Is it
And I'll
support?
take the support by Garrett. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
No.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
Hold on, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Motion passes.
All right, I'm getting close. I appreciate the accommodation. I know it's late. So I think Scott was going to wordsmith some sections. Commissioner Stewart was going to wordsmith some sections. He was talking about wordsmithing section 3.110 regarding compensation and this question of full-time council president. I don't know if he ended up doing that or not. I had some thoughts if he hasn't already wordsmithed it, but.
See, 3.1.
That's what I was wondering, yeah, it could be. 3.110. In my version, it's page 6, but it was probably page 5, and, yeah.
Is it?
I guess we'll talk to Commissioner Stewart for Saturday, because I know he has spent a lot of time on coming up with a caveat around that, and I know you've been very adamant about the full-time thing. Okay,
Yeah.
but, okay.
Yeah, my thought was just, I agree that the council president shouldn't be designated as part-time, but I thought it should be a little more flexible. So my thought was to say council membership is a part-time position, except for the city council president, whose additional duties shall be considered by the local compensation commission when it determines the president's compensation, period.
Okay, I'll take that in advisement, and I'll give it to Commissioner Stewart. This was kind of his baby, so I don't feel comfortable.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I received a text from a councilman that says board president should not be full-time. So does that mean board council should not be full-time? Council president?
So I don't know which council person you received it from. I see Councilwoman James here in the audience today, and so if she has some strong thoughts, I definitely would take her up to it. But like I said, we've litigated this in length. I think that they were trying to come up with some exemption to the full-time if there was a person that would lose their day job in order to do full-time or whatever, but I know Scott's put a lot of thought into it, so I would
I would like to hear Councilwoman James' thoughts on that. Through the chair.
Is this in regards to whether or not we could have a full-time president of the council? I think just based on what I have seen and the work of the president, that it can be a full-time position practically. My concern, though, just with the overall changes that are being made, many of which I believe can be controversial. And I'm concerned that they may allow this charter or might cause this charter, because we have so much in it that is different and that can be controversial, that we could possibly delay, once again, having an updated charter in the city of Pontiac. That is my major concern. But as far as practically and the work of looking at the work of a president of a council, it definitely can be a full-time position.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I had.
Yeah, go ahead,
Mayor?
Commissioner Payne.
Okay. That was one of my concerns from the very beginning. If we are expecting, and I did say this in one of the meetings, if we're expecting the charter to pass, we cannot be too heavy on changes on this charter. But maybe the next time, then we can leave notes somewhere with what we had recommended somewhere, for the next generation of charter commissioners.
So thank you, Commissioner Payne. According to state law and how charters work, we have 3 years in order to present a charter to the people, for the people to vote on it. Any recommendations that you want to make in general, the charter has been revised several times through amendments. No.
You're mistaken what I'm saying.
No. Listen to what I'm saying to you. You're saying we shouldn't widely change the charter because it may not pass. That point has not escaped me. What I'm saying to you is there is some thought process that because we're sitting up here, that there's a new charter revision coming behind us, and that is not the case. So the people will either vote yes on this charter if we can get it through the Attorney General by February 14th, and then get it approved to get it on the ballot by August. Then the people will vote, and the people will decide if they want to stick with the charter from 1982 or they want to go with the changes that we have provided through this charter. Each point that is in this charter has been litigated. We have went through the charter line by line and had a majority vote. My general thesis for the charter is not what the majority of people decided to do, but we have came to this point as a body and have decided to go with the charter. Any individual changes that you may like or may not like, you've had an opportunity to vote on yes, you've had an opportunity to vote on no. So I think this has been a fair and open and documented process on how this charter has went. We literally went through line by line today and made additional changes to things that we had already voted on previously at meetings 2 and 3 months ago. So I think that the general consensus or tone on how individuals are going to vote on the charter is going to be up to the people. I think what we've been able to accomplish with 9 individual minds and people is a very great document that is leaps and bounds better than the document that I had to serve under for 12 years. So I just want to be clear in the fact that I don't believe anybody in the city is going to look at this charter and say it's not an improvement. The question is there going to be enough people that vote for change or people that vote for the same thing in order to do that? But I can't let the narrative of people who worked on this charter and had input, a lot of the things that are changed in here is because of those steps. We're not going to be able to put no footnotes in the sand and say grandbaby's generation will be able to do this. So, Mayor Griman.
Okay, next section. This is in section 3.112, and as I read this, and I guess this is in the current charter too, there's a publication of the proposed ordinance before it's voted on.
We made changes to all of that section.
Okay, well, let me just cut to the chase. So, assuming that it still says there's publication of a proposed ordinance before it's adopted, and then there's publication of the ordinance after it's adopted, in subsection E, where it says, the effective date of an ordinance shall be stated therein. The effective date shall not be less than 10 business days from the date of adoption or publication, whichever occurs later.
So the language that we have is the effective date shall not be less than 10 days from the date of publication, period.
Okay, and what I would suggest, because there are two publications, one before it's adopted and one after it's adopted, that you make it clear that that's the publication after it's adopted. You could reference under subsection H, for example, which I think, well, maybe you've changed it, but assuming that's still the after publication, but I think you want to make it clear if there are two publications, which publication you're referencing.
Mr. Chris?
I understand the point. The initial publication's not the ordinance that is actually approved by council. That's the one that is published. I think it's clear, but you can tighten it up. There's a lot of sections you can tighten it up.
So is it worth the hassle, or can we move on?
Well,
I'm going to lead to your judgment.
Me.
I think you can move on.
Okay, we're gonna move on for sake.
That's fine by me. And then I would also add same exact subsection, but right now I think it still says no ordinance shall be adopted on the same day that it is introduced. But of course, the following subsection allows for emergency ordinances. So my thought was it should say no ordinance.
What section did you read first?
Subsection E of 3.112.
No, he said it was
Never
there
mind.
twice.
Your attorney just clarified that you've already made the change I was recommending. Sorry. Okay, let's see. Only a couple more here. So on relations with the executive branch, which is section 3.116, the council and each of its members may make inquiries of or request information and records from the mayor, appointees, and employees of the executive branch. And then it talks about not giving orders or direction to employees. And my concern is that if it's a relatively low-level employee and a council member asks them for information, it may seem like a directive or an order, which is why my suggestion would be to limit who the council and the members may make inquiries of to the mayor, the deputy mayor, and appointees of the mayor, as opposed to just general employees of the city. That was actually a recommendation from the deputy mayor, but I understand his concern and his point.
I don't see where it says just general,
Well,
or it says at the end, or employee, but it says
or the
employee
employees of the
executive branch.
Yeah, so I was suggesting deleting that and making it from the mayor, the deputy mayor, or appointees of the mayor confirmed by city council, so that it's those who are actually confirmed by council.
All right, we'll take that under advisement, Mayor. All right, what you got next?
Let's see here. Under two things, under section 3.304, accountability and cooperation, and this is about the city council department. So 3.304 on page 11, I think it's page 11 in both versions. The department shall be accountable to the city council and shall provide regular reports on its activities. I thought for clarity, it made sense to say on the department's activities, so that, because I think that's the intent. I don't think you want the department reporting on the city council's activities, but maybe I'm mistaken. But I thought it was ambiguous. Who's the it here? Is the department reporting on the department's activities, or is the department reporting on city council's activities? And that should be clarified.
All right, Mr. Chris?
I see that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm not sure which way the commission would like it to read.
Yeah, I don't have a preference as to how it should read either. I just think it should be clarified one way or the other.
Okay, you got a recommendation? Mr.
I agree.
Mike?
Yes, I believe it should be clarified. My recommendation would be put a motion on the floor to change the language to read, the department shall be accountable to the city council and should provide regular reports on department activities, budget utilization, and any other relevant matters as required by council, period.
Okay, is there support?
Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm just, behind the department shall be accountable to city council and should provide regular reports on, and striking its, and just put department activities, budget utilization, and any other relevant matters as required by the council. You see where it says it's, I'm just scratching out. Yeah. Thank you.
Killian? Oh, I'm sorry.
Roll call.
Killian?
Yes.
Perry?
Yes.
Turpin? Yes. Williams?
Yes.
Burrows? Garrett?
Yes.
Way to go,
Six
Madam
yeas.
Clerk.
Okay, all right.
Okay, just like
more?
three more items, honestly. Then the very next section, Commissioner Killian Bay is thinking, I heard that before. So under the very next section, section 3.305, funding, I thought it made more sense to give the city council some discretion in allocating funding to the department, because my concern is that if it says the city shall allocate sufficient funds, well, who determines sufficient funds? So I thought it should just say the city may allocate sufficient funds, so that it's the city council who has that discretion. Hey, what's sufficient? Maybe I'm being overly nitpicky, as is my want, but I defer to your attorney in terms of what he thinks. I just didn't want the city council, I didn't want it being dictated to how much funds should be allocated by the city council based on the word sufficient, which is pretty subjective.
Broad, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Chris?
I understand that. It seems like the word city, a second word in that could be council, shall allocate sufficient funds in the city budget to ensure the effective functioning of the department.
Okay, is there a motion to change the word city to council?
You see that, Mayor?
I do. I still didn't want to tie the council's hand, so again, I wanted to give the council discretion as to what they deem appropriate, but that's fine, I think.
Okay, is there a motion to change the word city to council?
I motion.
Is there support?
I know you better support it. Support, or, I'm sorry, I yield. Commissioner Payne supported it.
All right, discussion.
The word sufficient, like, how they determine what's sufficient or not?
That's the section.
That's going to be debated at the budget workshops that the council will, I'm sure, inevitably hold, where there's going to be competing interests. That's, the council will be the determinant.
That's typically.
The council will decide it.
That's when you know who's who.
Okay, all right. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yay.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay, all right. Mayor Grimes.
Okay, the next section, just as I had suggested, well, let's see here. Oh, yes, so, I'm sorry, I was jumping too far ahead. So under duties of the mayor, just as we had modified it a little bit for the finance director, my thought was section 4.102, duties of the mayor, that it should say, the mayor possesses all powers and duties inherent in being the chief executive officer of the executive branch, including, but then adding in the language, but not limited to these items, because I can think of things that are routine for mayors and have been for centuries that aren't enumerated in these 5 items. So I was suggesting just inserting the words, but not limited to.
Is there a motion?
Motion by Garrett.
Support.
All right, it's been moved by Garrett, supported by Burrows. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Commissioner Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yay.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
6 yeas.
Next section, 4.103, about the qualifications for the deputy mayor. I think Commissioner Stewart said he was going to wordsmith that. Did that already happen on Saturday? If not, I've got suggested.
I believe so, but I know Commissioner Stewart hasn't seen your report, so I'm going to yield to him on the projects he was working on.
Fair enough.
Because he did a lot of work on this charter.
I will email this to him and highlight some of those wordsmithing questions that relate to him.
I just really want him to be able to weigh in on that.
Understood, so I'll shoot it to him. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. So 4.101, the mayor, sorry, I know I'm going slightly backwards here. But just as we put in the language, except for council members already serving at the time this charter is approved in 2024, I thought we should add that in under section 4.101A. So except for a mayor already serving at the time this charter is approved in 2024, shall have established a primary residence in the city for 2 years immediately preceding the filing deadline for the office, and shall maintain a primary residence in order to continue service. Although,
I think we fixed this at the last meeting. I just don't have it in front of me because I can't find my page right now. But I think we adjusted it to say some language that it didn't affect the current administration or previous before the charter. I don't know what that is.
that's all I'm looking for. So if that was already fixed, that's good by me. And the, let's see here. So under 4.104, relations with city council, there was discussion a week ago about wordsmithing this, maybe you already did it, about the mayor and deputy mayor being able to designate a city administrative officer to attend meetings of council under exceptional circumstances, but changing it a little bit from just an emergency or a disability so that it's a little broader than that.
Yeah, they had a long discussion Saturday, so yes, that's been taken care of.
Oh, extenuating circumstances? Yeah, perfect, perfect, yeah,
Yeah,
thanks.
they changed that foolishness, yes.
Okay.
I wasn't here Saturday, so. I'm very upset about that, but it's okay.
Last question. Don't fall out of your chairs here. This is the very last section. So section 4.201. It seemed to me that we should, now, granted, this position had been outsourced. We just brought it back in-house, so obviously I like the idea of it being in-house. But in terms of something in the charter, it seemed to me that there should be some flexibility for years to come. So my thought was at the end of that at the end of section 4.201.
What page is that? 14,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. Okay.
So at the very end of section 4.201, I thought we should add or be contracted with as an outside counsel to give some flexibility.
Okay.
Oh, it sounds like that's already been changed. Sorry. You're on,
All right, well,
you guys are on top of it.
Thank you so much, Mayor Grimal. I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Chris now. I feel like you got.
Thank you for the
got it.
opportunity. I'm all finished. I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Thanks. Up to a good point. I'm going to turn it over to the attorney. So procedurally,
Hold on, just a point of clarity.
Thanks. Nice seeing you.
Councilwoman James had one more piece.
yeah, we're going to talk about that, but I need to
Okay.
find out, because we're at 10 o'clock. I want to find out what we need to do logistically first, so we can hear that, and then we'll bring Councilwoman James back up, who's been patiently waiting. Yep, go ahead.
When you say logistically, are you asking roughly how much more, or you want me to just start going back through some of the comments at this point? We took a pause in the comments that I had.
So, okay, so let's,
And a number of my comments have been picked up by the mayor,
Mayor.
okay, so
but
what,
not in its entirety. But whichever your preference is, I know I'm happy to wait. Councilwoman's been waiting for a long
okay,
time,
so
too.
we'll bring up the councilwoman, and then we'll go through your changes. So, yeah.
You remember where we left off at?
For my comments, I was going to be starting on page 18. I just had a very brief comment about 4.404. My comments, I have maybe 15 comments, I think, that
Okay.
I want to bring to your attention.
Okay, great. So we'll go through Councilwoman James, and then we'll go through your comments.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's get some work done.
She said she's thirsty.
I'll go get you a cup of water.
Can we put in the charter to make the vending machine work downstairs?
All vending machines in City Hall must have accurate, unexpired food and cold
And,
pops.
and operable.
All right, Reverend James, Councilwoman James.
Okay, did you, I realize we're short on time. Do you want me to kind of read this or just speak to why I want to?
No, so I just want to commend you for coming up with the training sequence for the council. And my question, because I don't want to be too prescriptive in the charter on how the trainings will work, but there does need to be some training, but I thought maybe it would be a way that we could add it as an appendix or like a best practice section for the council to have, just because, as you mentioned, I don't know if we can actually put the kind of teeth to requiring people to get the training that we really want them to have in the charter.
Well, the challenge is, Commissioner, that we need to work towards having a strong, functional city government in the city of Pontiac. And there are things you can do to make it stronger without calling people out and calling people names. You make sure that everybody understands and gets on the same page. When I ran, I'm a first-time elected official, and I ran to serve. Not interested in what's my next move, but just to serve. So my first thought is, what's my job? What do I do? And it's hard to learn that when you come into a system and that system has no plan to train you. You come with all the well wishes and good heart. I want to work. I want to do what's best for my community. But the city has no plan to orientate me, to train me, to do anything. You give me a chair, and they say, hey, you're a council person. We got to change that.
That's what
I think we can do something to make sure that people get the right orientation, that they get, some information, particularly with the charter itself, that everybody should get a chance in those first couple of months to sit down with the city attorney, to sit down with key people in the city, to just walk through those basic steps of, the do's and the don'ts. And the more we train and give elected officials understanding of what their jobs are and what those roles are, you will reduce the friction, you will reduce the miscommunication, and you are going to solve a lot of problems before they happen. And that is experience. So I think I would love to see us find a way to incorporate it. It does need to be requirement, because if we don't say it's a requirement, if we say, oh, it's optional, and all of you up there have different backgrounds, some of you may need it more than others, but it doesn't matter, because it level sets the group. You know what I mean? It gives that group a level set, and that's all you can do. Once you've given everybody a level set, a basic level of instruction, then from there they can navigate their own additional training or orientation. But I think every elected official for this city is entitled to some kind of onboarding, structured onboarding process. Now, how you put it together is up to you, but I really, really think that we would help ourselves be a stronger, more productive city by doing that.
Comments?
I agree. I definitely agree. I really appreciate
Killian has the floor.
you taking the time to show this interest in it, because it is a much-needed opportunity and item that needs to go on the floor as far as, and I think all of us had said that in the beginning while we ran, is to change the structure as far as what can be done.
Yes.
And, this is one of them. And that's why we circle back around to, these are certain changes that absolutely needed to be made. And change is going to hurt a little bit, but that's our problem with a lot of people in Pontiac. They choose not to, wanting to change in fear of, well, this is going to either leave me out or not be my city. So I really appreciate you coming forward with this, your speaking.
Thank you. I thought that we had gone over that, put training in on Saturday. I know that I had taken some information that I found from the state in regards to training for city officials. And I can't find it.
Garrett?
Oh, go ahead. I yield to Commissioner
Well, I
Davis.
think that,
Do you remember that?
there is some position in the charter that we were doing where the commission gets together and they meet, right? They establish themselves and they have an orientation section. To me, it seems like the commission should be setting up its own developmental process. I don't know that the charter has to specify exactly what's taught, but the commission should have its own sort of like guideposts that it orients its new members to. You know, we can maybe designate that, you know, like newly elected members should, you know, undergo orientation with their fellow commissioners. But, you know, I don't know where we would have the wherewithal to like designate exactly what needs to be trained, what the training needs to be about, other than the fact that you need an orientation period. You know, so it's obviously that is something that is necessary, and I would hope that our elected commissioners have the capacity to develop a program of training for their, you know, future members.
Well, generally, you know, if it's not required, then it doesn't happen. So,
So you just want some
so
teeth in the.
when we
in
took
pushing it.
office, we had no staff at City Hall at all other than our legal representative. And, you know, so she was office person, legal representative, and that was it, you know. Now we do have additional staff members, and I'm just thinking that, you know, every administration is, you know, could possibly be set up a little differently, but it's just the, we need some kind of onboarding process, and that can happen within the structure of the council, but if the council doesn't have the staffing, I really think it should be a mayoral responsibility for the orientation of that staff, because really the mayor's office and the council have to be able to work effectively together. And I think one of the most important things to start everybody off on the right foot is to get them together with the city attorneys and talk about some of these very important things, the charter, because you know it we all as residents know a little bit about the charter, but when you get elected to city council, you need to know a lot more than a little about the charter. You need a working knowledge of the charter, and you can only get that through really sitting down with the attorneys and talking through those charter requirements and how those are played out in city council, you know, opens meeting act and all of that stuff. So it's something that needs to happen. I mean, there's how we go about doing it, but, you know, I'm looking at how do we strengthen our city?
Yeah.
Because we're tired of drama. We're tired of drama. We're tired of finger pointing. We want a city that actually knows how to do what they should do and do it. Now, how do we get there? I'm sure there are many options that we can take.
It sounds like you have your finger on the pulse there, and there's no doubt about the fact that the training, however it comes about, would be instrumental in improving the governance of the city. It's worthy of a conversation, and hopefully you will be there to help guide that conversation. And I guess we will try to make sure that we position new coming members in such a way that they can take advantage of some form of training.
Yeah.
But I don't know that we can put the training specifics into the charter.
Well, I would, you know, I'm sure that he would be able to indicate what would be the best way to do that. But just looking at, he's an attorney, but he may not be as familiar with the city, and just looking at our city as a council person and as a resident of this city.
Those statements were important for any city, no matter what size or shape or whatever that
I
you are.
agree.
And
I agree. So how we deal with it but I think it can help us to level set our city.
I'm going to let Mr. Chris chime in to talk about actual implementation or possibility before we continue.
Well, those comments, I think, are very good for the commission to hear. I'm just going to remind the commission of the language that it just added to the end of 3.104. There's a new section that could be broadened if the commission thinks it's appropriate to broaden it. That sentence that you just added is the procedural and organizational rules for the council shall be established by the council at their first meeting of the new term. The rules shall establish who presides at meetings of the council in the absence of the council president and president pro tem. The rules shall be written and accessible to the public, which may be amended by council. That's an area where it could go. The extent of what you're looking for is, up for the commission to decide.
Bingo.
Because you have a lot in there. I don't have the sheet right at the moment, but.
Commissioner Payne.
I agree with Attorney Crust there because, actually, we can just add section 1.1 of Council woman James in that, in her section.
I don't have
Oh, I'm sorry.
So my
read
concern.
that. You want me
So my concern is not about being able to add trainings to the charter. It's about requiring elected officials to do X, Y, and Z. And so just trying to find out from a legality point what we can actually put into the charter that is actually enforceable and in compliance.
Well, she has it right here in section 1.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. Councilwoman James outlined a whole list of what training and transition could look like, which is phenomenal. What I'm saying is we are coming up with the city's constitution. And so we have to have things that are legally enforceable in the charter. And that's what I'm trying to figure out is what can be enforced and what is just a general grand language for the way the city should conduct itself.
Mr. Chairman, I would just make a recommendation that we, go ahead.
I thought Chris was going to say something.
Oh, no, please.
Commissioner, but that's a good point. And again, the council is going to be adopting its own rules of procedure. And the council in this charter is the judge of the qualifications of its members. I don't know whether you need to have a list of charter items, which may change over time as to the types of programming and education that might be beneficial, or whether you want to have that, I've said it several times tonight, the flexibility for council to decide what's best at that point in time for it, and to hold its fellow council members accountable for whatever they come up with respect to orientation and training.
Oh, I'm done.
So what would the solution be? Is that something you add as a ordinance, or it's just something that city council would decide on?
My thought process is that this would be something that at their organizational meeting, they would add to their general practice. I also feel that as an elected official, it's part of your duty to apprise yourself to the charter and other things before you run. So I think that, yes, the city needs to have guidelines where there's accessibility to the city attorney and to the mayor's office and additional staff. But in this recent case, you've got 8 new elected officials. So who was actually setting up the training for these people when there was turnover at all levels of government? So I'm just saying, from a practical standpoint, if you put that responsibility under the mayor's office and the mayor hadn't been trained, how does that actually rotate into helping, is what I'm saying to you. So I get the concept. The training is very crucial and important. I just don't know if it's our role as charter commissioners to put that in, so.
I have to concur and agree with your statement. Legally, this conversation, I've been a part of this conversation a few times. You cannot force an elected official or require, outside of what the law requires of an elected official, for them to take training. Now, what you can do as a body, and what I've seen to work, is that you offer some type of orientation before elections are done, or I'll just take school district. I got to sleep. It's too late to be playing these games. We offer orientation before we have a school board election. So we say, hey, if you want to be a school board member, come and learn what a school board member does. Then Michigan Association of School Board of Directors, we offer training almost like a equivalent to an associate's degree of levels of training and classes that you must take in order to get these certifications. What happens in individuals' communities is that elected officials start to pride themselves on taking these specific classes. Now, there are municipal classes that folks can take that are very general to give you various certifications. But when it comes to legally saying, can you put something in the charter, because you can't do it, because the opposite end of it is, if they don't do it, there's nothing legislatively or in the elected officials' laws to say that they don't give up their seat. So what the argument has always been is that people know what they're getting themselves into. Now, what I think the city of Pontiac could do is the same thing the school district does, is that at least offer it and then see who offers it. You make it noticed, you make it like, hey, these people came to sign up, things of that nature, and make the community aware, hey, they came to a pre-orientation on how to be a school board member, or they came to a pre-orientation to be an elected official. We all know in a campaign that would probably, I know it did for me when I ran 2005 and 6. It gave me a step up because I had already came in knowing my job and my role, despite all of the craziness that I entered into. That's going to be determined by your individual body once you're elected, that whoever you sit in that leadership chair begins at that very moment to orchestrate or try to lead those who may not know as much of the municipality day-to-day functions or their roles, and pulling them to the side. That's why that's important of being a full-time position, why I support that. Because it's not just about organizing a meeting, as it more so is, if I have a person who's in whatever district you're in, and they don't know the fact that they don't tell the executive branch what to do, it's only a suggestion, then there should be some conversations with that individual after they've made the mistake of thinking one way of saying, no, this is what you do and this is how you can go by doing that. What I've seen that this council has done over my years of just going through the elected official process here is that you have done a good job that once you've learned from something, you guys go back, adopt rules. So it makes it harder for somebody to come behind whoever is sitting on this current council to say that you did not know. So it really is making sure that you're doing things in such a way, like having this particular conversation, documented video, the whole nine of making people more aware of what should be and how things should be done. But legally, just being honest, I'm not going to sit here and pull your coat, because if we could do it, I would have asked to be done it by now. But that's the strongest process, is having knowledge and wisdom before you come. And as Commissioner Williams stated, and then also having an orientation on what the functions of a government in your particular city government are, and putting that in a public document that everyone can see, and allow the electoral folks to hold you accountable to that. Thank you.
All right, so is there a motion to? No, go ahead, Burris.
No, I was just gonna say, we do need the training. I do agree with Commissioner Gill as far as having if there's room in the budget and it's legal, I believe that training is important, and I do believe that I agree with Commissioner Gill as far as having an orientation beforehand, because now it gives you information on basically your job, what you're going to be doing. That also weeds out people ahead of time, because I might win, and after I start the orientation, I'm like, oh, I won, but I don't want to have to do all this. I'm gonna have to, how can I get out of this? So if they know what they looking at ahead of time going in, I think that'd be better. So I like that idea of having that orientation ahead of time before an election. And it also shows that person's dedication for them to go to that, that orientation ahead of time.
Okay, so I think I've come to a common ground, which is, I know we can't mandate training or an orientation, but I think we can put it in the charter as part of the transition provision, and then put what Commissioner James has as a possible template. And so that way we're not requiring the elected officials to go through this training, but if they want to avail themselves to it, or the council allocates money in the budget to have it, then at least they've got a framework and a thought process that they can go back and revise every year. So I guess, Mr. Chris, for me, it would be just what section can we add that, something to the effect that there should be transition and training for elected city officials provided by the city of Pontiac, and just leave it blank, subject to an ordinance by the council.
I can add, suggest.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
You said, should we say should or recommendation? And then that way it can go into the chart.
What I'm asking Mr. Chris is to give me the right words in order to complete that thought process.
Yeah, I don't have them today, but I've noted that section that I'll provide feedback on what I've heard you say as to referencing that. It's going to, my suggestion is going to be where I've already told you it's going to go, which is the transition period, and it'll have some language like that. It won't have the specificity of the proposed text, and it will leave it ultimately for council to make the decision on it.
Okay, I think, is that something that we're all agreeable to? Because I know this is my opinion, but I just want to poll the audience. So can I get a roll call on that just for, because I don't want to come back Saturday and people acting brand new. So can I get a roll call?
That's what I want to know.
A roll call on Mr. Chris flushing out language in the transition provision to have orientation and training for city elected officials.
Motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Payne, supported by Burrows. Roll call.
Commissioner Turpin. Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yay.
Garrett,
Yay.
Killian,
Absolutely.
Payne,
Yes.
6 yeas.
All right, Mr.
That's
Chris.
history right there. I'm sorry, I'm telling my age, my bad.
All right. Mr. Chris?
I'm going to try and pick up the pace here. And if you, I'd like to call your attention, though, to, well, one general comment. The top of every page, it says 2024 Charter Revision Amendments. My suggestion is that it either say 2024 Charter or 2024 Charter Revision, but not have the word amendments. This is not a charter amendment. This is a new proposed charter for the citizens of the city.
So what language do you prefer, Mr. Chris?
I think since it's proposed to be on the election in 2024, that it just be the 2024 charter.
Okay. So is there a motion to change the top of every page to 2024 charter?
Motion.
Support.
It's been moved by Payne, supported by Garrett. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Well, that was interesting.
Commissioner Turpin. Williams.
Yes.
Burrows, Garrett, Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
6 yeas.
You're gonna say yes.
Yes.
If I could call your attention to 5.4. What page is that? It's on page, I believe it's 26. And it has to do with the Board of Review. And on the,
Yep, 26.
So it has the second from last sentence starts, on its own motion or on good cause shown, it may reduce or increase the valuation of any property found on the roll and shall add thereto any taxable property of the city omitted therefrom. I think that section should not provide the Board of Review on its own motion. And if it is going to be on its own motion, that it have to provide notice to the property owner.
Oh, it's like 26.
There's some due process issues regarding notice to a property owner before their ad valorem tax valuation is changed.
Is that 5
So
point?
I guess my suggestion would be on its own motion with notice to the property owner.
Okay, so just tell us where you want to
That's
put
5
it.
point.
We're on 5.402.
5.402, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Point.
5 lines from the bottom. I guess I would propose saying with notice to the property owner, comma, on its own motion, it may reduce or increase the valuation of any property found on the roll. The rest changed. So not on good cause. Well, I have to have good cause shown too. I apologize. I'm going to start again if I may. It would be with notice to the property owner on its own motion with good cause shown. It may reduce or increase the valuation of any property found on the roll. The rest remain the same.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion.
Support.
All right, it's been moved by Payne, supported by Burrows. Any discussion?
Did you get that? Can you repeat that, Attorney?
I can. It would say, with notice to the property owner on its own motion, with good cause shown, it may reduce or increase the valuation of any property found on the roll, and no other change to that sentence.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yay.
Garrett. Yes. Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
6 yeas.
Going to section 6.104, vacancy. There's, it states that the position of an elective officer or appointee shall become vacant on death, resignation, permanent disability, removal from city residence, notification of council member, removal from district residence, or dismissal from the position in any manner authorized by law. In this chart, there is an earlier section regarding council that talks about vacancy in the event of absence, unexcused absences, either, I believe it's 5, or 50% in one full calendar year. And I don't know whether, my point is perhaps that additional language of absences should also be included in that sentence.
Okay. So read it as it should be.
Okay, the proposed text change would read, the position of any elective office or appointee shall become vacant upon death, comma, resignation, comma, absences, comma, permanent disability, comma, removal from city residence, and balance be the same.
Okay, is there a motion?
Moved by Garrett.
Second.
Supported by Killian. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call. Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
6 yeas.
Section 6.511 talks about co-occupancy. We added the word internet, and I'm not sure if that should be included. It currently reads, the city may by resolution require any person or firm holding a franchise from the city to allow the use of its tracks, poles, the new word is internet, and wires by any other person or firm to which the city shall grant the franchise.
I think,
Subject to reasonable regulations upon payment of a reasonable rental there.
Yeah, I think we added internet because things were moving in the digital realm. So I think that's where that came from. So that was intentional.
Okay, I would suggest at the end of that sentence then adding to the extent permitted at law. I'm not sure if that's
Say that nice and slow.
to the extent either permitted or authorized at law.
Okay, is there a motion to add that phrase to the end?
Extent.
motion.
All right, it's been moved by Payne. Is there support?
Support. Sorry.
Supported by Garrett.
Yes, it was at the very end of 6.511. To the extent authorized at law. So we comma, to the extent authorized at law.
Let's do it.
All right, roll call.
Burrows,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
6 yeas.
6.602 says conflicts prohibited. No person, and that paragraph reads, no person shall serve on the governing body of any authority or agency referred to in the section 6.601 when a conflict of interest as defined in section 6.107 of the charter exists. There's certain, the Michigan Incompatible Public Officers Act allows for certain additional boards, for example, a downtown development authority, a housing commission, brownfield authority, a neighborhood improvement authority. Those are permitted under the, as permitted second boards that a person can serve on under the Incompatible Public Offices Act.
Okay, so what's the language?
So my suggestion at the end of that sentence after the word exists, except as authorized by law.
Okay, except as authorized by law. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there support?
Support.
All right, it's been moved by Payne, supported by Killian. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Garrett,
Yes.
Killian,
Yes.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Burrows.
Yes.
6 yeas.
7.202, it's in the Chapter 2 Office of Public Integrity. In 7.202B, the very end, it says as outlined in section 6.109, and I don't see a 6.109. There's several references to it. I'm not sure if that has been renumbered.
I think that was.
Or if
Okay, I
it's,
think that's a clerical error, so if you can get with Commissioner Stewart.
there's several references to that, so.
That's what I'm saying, I don't know what that new section is, so
Okay,
if you can get with Commissioner Stewart, he may be able to point you in the right direction, and if we have to change it, then we'll change it.
um, 7.207, it's more of a question. It references the budget of the Office of Public Integrity as being separate from the budgets of other city agencies. But the city council approves the budget. So I'm just wondering how the commission wishes that to work. The next page regarding the public integrity officer, there's a reference to the city council annually appropriating funds as identified by the local officers compensation committee.
So do you think
But I
that-
think it should be some reference regarding the Office of Public Integrity being, budget approved by council, or a budget in an amount appropriated and set forth on the budget.
Yeah, this was the kind of rub, because the office is only as effective, especially in this course of work, if it's reasonably funded. And so.
I get that.
If
But what, my concern, and excuse me for,
No, go ahead,
Commissioner,
go ahead.
for interrupting, but what if it's not enough? Or what if they want more than the city's prepared through its budgeting process to allocate to that? There's a tension there. This is the charter. Typically, the council is responsible for establishing the budget. And so where other groups or boards or bodies have a role of establishing their own budget, that's a problem. I'm concerned that may not get through the Attorney General's review.
Okay, could it be set by the local compensation board?
There could. When I saw that, I
No,
don't
I'm
think.
saying, could they set the general budget for the office? So right now, we have it reading as they set the salary for the public integrity officer. But if the whole office was set to be funded by the local compensation board. Would that suffice?
They probably could. I'm going to have to look at that. There's a local compensation committee statute, and I need to refresh my recollection on the language of that statute. But that's a possibility.
We were just trying to find a neutral party to kind of set the budget for those.
Can I look at that and with some of these other points, get back to the commission?
Yeah, no problem. You brought the question up. I'm just trying to tell you what our thinking was.
That's it for my comments. Generally, I think the majority of the others were picked up, but the changes to the proposed date of the election has been corrected. But the commission may want to give some consideration as to when it wishes the charter to take effect. And it doesn't always have to be, upon approval of it. It could give some consideration as to the elections and wish for it to start at after the completions of existing terms. But it doesn't say right now. So I think that's something that the commission needs to give some thought to. Not in the draft I'm looking at.
Did y'all do that?
I wasn't here Saturday, but I thought we did that before, that we said.
When the charter started. So, Mr. Chris, I don't recall right now, and my brain is not working the way it needs to work. They turned off the lights in the hallway. So, what I will say is we will get you an answer.
Y'all ain't got to go home?
Okay.
What page, Ms. Sheila? Page 57.
Oh, there's a new July 1st of 2025? Okay, so that wasn't in the previous version that I had looked, so, but I want to make sure you, and I'm sure you did, give thought to that timing.
Thank you.
Okay. May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before you depart, do you wish me to attend on Saturday?
So are we going to have a quorum Saturday? Let's take a poll on who's going to actually be here, because we have to pay Mr. Chris when he shows up. So,
I'll be here
all right.
till
I'm out of town.
till 1. Tell me
Commissioner
what.
Payne, will you be here Saturday?
10 o'clock, right?
From 10 till 12.
Okay, so partially, okay. All right, Commissioner Turpin, will you be here Saturday?
I want to attend the funeral.
Okay.
If you don't need me, I can focus on getting you those comments back.
I don't think it's the fact of not needing you. I think we definitely do. I'm just trying to make sure that it's advantageous to you and letting you know so you can, Commissioner Killian is going to be out of town. Commissioner Burrows, will you be here? Okay, Commissioner Burrows. What about you, Commissioner Garrett?
I'll be here at their funeral.
Hello?
Yeah, so I just.
We won't have a quorum.
Well, Payne is leaving at 12, which is probably who? The chair most likely will not be here. So that's why I'm polling this group right here.
Are you going to be here?
I will be here.
Scott won't be here, I don't think.
Exactly. So just trying to figure out. So maybe so it goes to the Attorney General Wednesday. So we probably need to just get vote on a special meeting now for. Okay, can we do, I guess, a morning meeting? Do y'all have school board meeting Monday night?
But yeah, Monday we do.
Is Jose coming?
Monday, I mean,
That'd be fast.
I make the sacrifice Monday. I don't have my next.
Okay, so what we'll do is we won't have a Saturday meeting. we'll schedule a special meeting for Monday. What time can we do, Ms. Sheila? No. We gotta ask the clerk. We don't have,
Yeah, I have a conflict Monday night.
oh, you got a conflict Monday night? Okay.
If Jose come, we'll have a quorum. Five, it'll be five, though.
So,
One, two, you. She gonna be here. He coming.
They had a funeral, but I mean,
You said he was coming after the funeral?
I was coming after.
yeah, so he won't be here. So I'm not trying to,
Yeah, we won't
waste
have a quorum.
yeah, so we won't have a quorum. Just
Probably
trying to figure out.
Yeah, because the funeral probably.
Can people do a daytime meeting? Yeah. Well, first I'm trying to find out.
I have to check to see if this room is available. Y'all say Monday morning?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we can do Monday morning, because at least we can get some comments, and then if Mr. Chris needs us to vote on something, we can vote on whatever the drop dead changes is, so he can have it to the Attorney General by Wednesday.
You would have to be early. I have another meeting at 11 o'clock on Monday, starting at 11.
Oh, so that's not good either. Tuesday morning, what's the,
I could make it again till about 11.
can we do Tuesday at 9 o'clock? I'm just trying to accommodate, because if we're not gonna have a quorum, Saturday is no sense in wasting time. And hopefully by Tuesday, the chair will be back. Yeah, well, we gotta find out if it's open, because Mr. Chris has to be out of here by 11. I was just saying we could have a 1-hour meeting and be done with it. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, we're just gonna have to vote to approve, and, yeah.
A lot of those questions are geared towards Scott too, so you really wanna.
Well, he's gonna look at the tape and do his part this weekend, so he'll be responsive between now and Saturday. I'm not worried about that part. I'm just worried about having enough time to actually schedule a meeting.
You said you have to leave by 11?
I have an 11 o'clock meeting.
So you gotta leave before 11.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Tomorrow I'm gonna try and back it up and get more time, but I have a scheduled 11 o'clock meeting.
So we would have to do 8 o'clock then, not 9. No,
No, tomorrow?
well, no, we're waiting on the clerk.
No, I'm saying, I know we waiting on the clerk, about Friday.
Is anybody available for Saturday?
Right.
No, they're not. Well,
No.
the chair has COVID, so she's not gonna be available. Scott's out of town, so. I don't know, call him.
Jose.
Yeah, call him. But what I'm saying to you is, it's still only gonna be so effective with, and then Payne is only gonna be here till 12. It's just,
Okay. Nah,
you get what I'm saying? It ain't nobody.
I don't get back to like Monday evening, Monday night, then Tuesday. Yeah, we back to work. As if I get Monday off. Somehow, like I said, he has to get the information. By the time, but that
We got 4.
Saturday. In here.
You said the funeral's at 11 o'clock on Saturday?
Did y'all do it in the evening also?
If we only gonna be here an hour, if we start at 9, he could leave at 10, 10:30 maybe, 10:15.
So can we do Saturday at 9 o'clock, Ms. Sheila? Because people have funerals, so hopefully we could start with a quorum and then do that. Does that work for you, Mr. Chris?
I can make it work.
Okay, so we're going to do 9 o'clock. You pushing it, we on a Saturday. I'm trying to get a quorum, Dr. Turpin. You're trying to get people not to show up. So, no, because Lucy Payne's got to leave at 12, so that's why so if we do 9, we could get out of here by 11, hopefully. Saturday. All right, so is there a motion to meet Saturday at 9 a.m.?
So moved.
Is there support? Support. It's been moved and supported. Roll call on meeting Saturday at 9 a.m.
Commissioner Killian,
Abstain.
Payne,
Yes.
Turpin,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Burrows,
Yay.
Garrett. 5 yeas, 1 abstain.
All right, thank you. Motion passes. We will adjourn this meeting at 10:54. So who responsible for what? Letting who?